Hey guys, thought I'd come by for a brisk walk in Jurassic Park, but I can't say brisk. Not today. It begins. Mm, anyway, like I said, I'm gonna try to take a brisk walk through Jurassic Park today. Really not feeling it, but you know. For reasons. Bless my soul. Should be an interesting day, though. Not gonna lie. Anyway, so yeah, the reason that I don't really feel the actual brisk walking, a few days back after the fall, after the BS from, Bones and other goofball from Hollow, we ended up days later with this foreman. Yeah, it's not gotten any better. It's actually gotten pretty goddamn severe. So we're at 2 fucking days ago, and it's even worse now. Nobody can quite figure out what the fuck to do. I say I just keep walking the fuck off. It's gotta work at some point, right? Anyway, that sumbitch, whole fucking leg, it kinda hurts. I can't sleep much, so this is where the fuck we're at. I've thought about taking some Tylenol, but I'm not really into fucking Tylenol. Much else. That help. Little pain lets you know you're alive, right? As you can tell, I'm sort of in a mood today. Last night's horse shittery, I assumed when Goober Muffin there wanted to bait me with a Don Sharpie / my kid, oh my god message, which I gave no fucks about. That account's been known to me for eons. At least the one that actually has it has changed its name to that. It's been around the blocks for eons, Tim, didn't you know? It changes its top to many things depending on when it wants to fuck with me. Anyway, but that's not the reason I touched that button last night. I ain't half that fucking stupid and that naive or that easily. I eventually touched it just because, well, I fucking felt like it because of some more goofbaggery over on another place that I touched the button and I was like, the fuck? Let me see. And it's really what Goofbag really wanted me to see, right? To where it raise health, so bring some attention and maybe help him out with that top tier bar uh, level for $59.99, getting all them restarted after the strike war. And I'm a pass. Anyway, it's pretty apparent. So, if you didn't catch the last 12-second live I did this morning, that's what the fuck that was about. Attempted bullshittery number 9,000 while using me to do it. Using it to also pump out more misinformation and more fucking narratives and targeting and showing bones and all the things. Same shit, different day right now for several years. I ain't got time for it. Anyway, so that's what the fuck that was about, really, this morning. Pretty over all that. I'm thinking about starting my own top tier bar tiki level, pool boy level or something. I don't know. I guess I'll go there and drink all them imaginary drinks they've been accusing me of for several years. While they all damn well know it's cancer and disability. But, just maybe I'll call it the civil tiki bar level. Charge $59.99. I'll let y'all talk to me in my wonderful cancer disability voice 1 to 3 times a month, 1 to 5 hours each. Cause ain't that a fucking privilege, dude? I'll put all of you straight to bed. Guaranteed. Unlike them goddamn ShamWows and magic pillows or whatever the fuck. Anyway, if you like to reach the imaginary tiki bar level for the ASMR fucking anti-true crime brigade. Anyway, so I was wondering a muck. I don't even know how in the hell I ended up where I ended up today, honestly. Really don't. But I ended up there. It's not one of my usual favorites. Cause it's like some of the rest. every now and then you're like, I have some good bits, and then out of left field you're like, oh, and there it is. There's a conspiracy. There's the nutty shit. There's the Google Box. Fuck, There's the narrative. Shit, there's the fucking hit piece. God damn it, who paid for my name this week, So, but either way, and it belongs places for sure. But throughout this walk, I've played a few of its pieces, and you know, if it doesn't like today, it can come over here and I'll take it down, lock it up. Hell, I'll probably do it anyway, but just 'cause I can. But anyway, so I'll take a walk. Virtual to put some things I found interesting. Now, some of these things I've obviously seen, heard like clip bits of throughout the years. Like I've always said, I never was like, oh gosh, the other ones are saying things, I gotta go listen to them. It's ain't, it's not my thing, it's still not my thing, it probably should be at this date. I just can't make myself do it. See what happens when I do. It's like, really? This is what the fuck you were saying in 21, 22, and 23, you bastards? This is what the fuck you were giving Prayer Garden on behind the scenes and shit for even public? Are you fucking kidding me, you assholes? Alright, so. I'm just kidding with them. Okay.
Hey. Well, welcome to my channel. I'm going to make this video as quickly as I possibly can for you today. Okay, so the Dawn Wells family official YouTube channel has put out a statement that it looks like it's coming more from Candace than it really was from Dawn. But it seems to be that some of the things that Candace said about what happened when they were at Dr. Phil is a little bit different than what we're hearing from other people that were also around during the Dr. Phil taping and the person that made the phone call that Candace refers to in the statement. So I'm going to share all of these details with you, and I'm going to show a lot of very important information in this video. So before we get started, please make sure that you're subscribed, ring-a-ding my bell, hit the thumbs up, and leave a comment below and let me know what you think about all of this stuff we got going on here, okay? So we're going to start with this video called Summer Wells walking out from the interview. I think at Dr. Phil is the name of the video.
That's what's up on the Wells family official. That's what it's titled. Summer Wells walking out from the blah blah blah. I don't care.
It's 14 minutes and 21 seconds long, and it's on the Dawn Wells family official YouTube channel. The video just started. I'm only 10 seconds in. And it says,
I'm sorry, it's the Dawn Wells family official? I don't know, it's on one of those. Whatever the fuck she said. It's fine.
Walking out from the interview. Many have asked about the part shown in the Dr. Phil episode where I got up and left. There were many reasons that I got up. As reported by others, we had just been through a very emotional time that afternoon with a possible sighting of Summer in a southern state south of Tennessee. Police were called to the location. The witness said the child looked like Summer. The police were being restrained from entering the building of the sighting. This went on a while. We were prepared to immediately leave California on the fastest airplane flight. Our emotions bounced in so many directions. We cannot talk about the behind the scenes work of Dr. Phil according to the contract, but this event with a little girl was separate. We were not at Paramount Studios, so Dr. Phil knew nothing about what was going on. We were scheduled and tried to do another interview with his team during this emotional time of waiting. It was so difficult. Let me hit play so we can make it go up a little bit here. Our phone was being maintained by someone else as they helped with the texts that rolled back and forth with professionals connected to the situation. Then we got word and pictures of the little girl that was maybe rescued. It wasn't Summer. It was not our daughter, Summer. It was like losing her all over again. The emotional circus already had us drained. When our interview with the Dr. Phil team person was over, we were outside and were being offered the interview again by the two representatives of the behavior panel.
It's hard for me hearing things. Now, I've seen this statement floating about. Like, I've maybe read it or another one that was revision at some other later date about these moments. I also know how that there was stuff out here that's put out where Mullen told her to walk out. I don't know. Whatever. There's many versions like everything else. But, when you hear things like, it's like losing her all over. But yet, I was really standing on Ben Hill with all these people. First moments till. Gotta tell you, first time nothing seemed too emotionally taxing. So, hearing the bullshit language of somebody else writing speeches, I gotta tell you, just has a feel on it for me.
Who had arrived earlier, though not with us inside. After some discussion between Dawn and I, which is an understatement, we decided to do the interview. I didn't want to. They had to set up a special spot to do the interview. Then we went in and did the interview for the behavior panel, which part of it was supplied to Dr. Phil to use. Okay, so we're going to stop there on reading this if you want to go read the rest, or if you want me to make a video reading through the entire statement here that is obviously not exact wording from Candace.
It goes on to say, even before this, there are many other things happening in California, even in Tennessee. The day we were leaving for the airport, a woman from the upper western USA arrived at her house, trying to literally push away in the front door with supposable evidence. Right. Police were called, and were everywhere on the property as we got in the car and left the chaos behind. We made it to the airport. Meanwhile, blah, blah, blah. These things are indeed legit, by the way. There was a girl, there was a call, there was the crazy at the house, blah, blah, supposedly, allegedly, but that's what I'm told by those. So,
Because Candace doesn't speak like this, in my opinion, after some discussion between Dawn and I, which is an understatement. She doesn't talk like that. When has she ever used English like that. Her grammar is completely different than what we're seeing in this alleged statement from Candace and Dawn. Okay, anyway, we'll set that aside for right now. Okay, so that's what Candace says. Okay, obviously it's from Candace because she said between Dawn and I. Okay, so this is allegedly coming from Candace, right? So the behavioral panel channel has a video that's like 5 minutes long that they uploaded, and it's a clip from when they were on Dr. Phil with Dawn and Candace. I actually have the screenshot of it right here. Okay, it was 5 minutes and 58 seconds long. There's a comment on here from Deanna Roberts 5 days ago, and it says, it is being...
She shows this here. I don't really need it, so,
said that Candace got a call during your taping that Summer was seen in Georgia. Then she got the call that it wasn't her, and you all knew this. This is why she got upset and left the show when asked about the Cornbread Mafia. If so, why didn't you or Dr. Phil tell us viewers about this instead, letting us believe they got her? Okay, the behavior panel replies back. Yeah. Scott here.
No shit, the behavior panel replied back, and you can indeed tell me that it is indeed the behavior panel. Scott, to be exact. He says, Scott here. We were there for that. She wasn't interested. Not even a little bit.
We were there for that. She wasn't interested. Instead, that Candace got a call during your taping that Summer was seen in Georgia, loaded, and it's a clip from...
I'm rewind.
When they were on Dr. Phil with Dawn and Candace. I actually have the screenshot of it right here. Okay, it was 5 minutes and 58 seconds long. There's a comment on here from Deanna Roberts 5 days ago. And it says, it is being said that Candace got a call during your taping that Summer was seen in Georgia. Then she got the call that it wasn't her, and you all knew this. This is why she got upset and left the show when asked about the Cornbread Mafia. If so, why didn't you or Dr. Phil tell us viewers about this instead, letting us believe they got her? Okay, the behavior panel replies back. Scott here. We were there for that. She wasn't interested, not even a little bit. So Deanna responded back and said she wasn't interested in finding Summer, she wasn't interested in Summer maybe being found. Thank you, Scott. Now, this is very interesting to hear, since the statement that we just read, Candace is saying that this phone call was the entire reason why she wanted to leave the interview with Greg and Scott. But Scott is saying, not even a little bit. Now, we do know, since this has happened, that Jenna is the one that actually came out and confirmed that she was the one that called Candace during this time, and she's the one that made the call. Okay, she shared this information on Ziggy's panel. So let me find that. We're going to listen to what Jenna had to say about when she made the phone call. Okay, well, that was no easy task, but I finally found it. We go back to November 14th live stream that Ziggy did titled Drama Alert, Mita's World, you absolutely have 100% lost me as an ally.
Oh, that must have been that 10K fighting they were doing around the Brad era. Weird how that shit was 10K. Anyway, carry on.
And we are
Jenna, Amanda, Debbie. Oh, Precious Chaos. Prayer Garden. Can't beat that panel. And somebody else.
About 7 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, and that's when Jenna speaks up, and this is what she says.
No, what happened was while Candace and them was in California, I seen a little girl that looked just like Summer, and I contacted Candace and I said, I seen a little girl that looked just like Summer. So she contacted her PIs. Her PIs contacted me, and then immediately they had the police come and like immediately they were on it. No, I'm not taking up for Candace because I still believe that they had something to do with it. I felt really stupid, and I still feel really stupid after everything that's going on.
And then she went on to say this.
When after I talked to Candace and they found out that was not Summer, she was not upset then. So why would she be upset on Dr. Phil's show?
Oh,
Because I spoke to her and told her that wasn't Summer, and she wasn't upset then. So why would she go on Dr. Phil's show?
oh, see, they were making it seem like, that, yeah, see, like, that's not, yeah, they were making it seem like you were saying that Candace was upset about, Summer supposedly, possibly being found, and then not being found, but you're saying that she didn't even have much of a reaction when she told her about it, right? Or
no, she didn't. I mean, and it was in the late afternoon when this happened, so she had probably already filmed Dr. Phil's show.
so she didn't even seem excited or anything that you possibly might have saw her daughter?
No, I mean, she just told me that she's going to contact her PIs. Her PIs contacted me immediately. And then they sent the police over there, and it wasn't her. But when I contacted her back, she wasn't upset.
Okay, so when they were filming Dr. Phil,
I'm pretty much like the day shit. I know there's chasing, if I remember, it's Louisiana airport thing. She shared it with me and was like, oh my God. And we were on bid chat. It's like, send me that. Other friends and I worked on that. Luckily, one of my people I know in real life knew the guy that was over that entire airport. And so we tracked down stuff. Turns out that lady'd already been there smoking. So I actually got to speak to that lady. And this it had already been checked out, right, to the degrees it could be and everything. And Candace was already aware of that. But that one did really look like Summer as well. But either way, sure knew, but cut it out. I just, yeah. Always tossing out things to others, to anybody else, to keep them looking. But not let upset either when she was like, see this one,
Jenna made the phone call that she had seen a child that looked identical to Summer. She called Candace and told her about it. Candace said she would call the PIs, which she did, and the PIs sent law enforcement to where the sighting was. If I'm understanding this correctly, Jenna just said that it was in the late afternoon, so she wasn't for sure if they had already done the filming with Dr. Phil or not, but she had assumed that they already had. Well, then I also found this comment here.
This is a comment by Scott Rouse again.
This is Scott Rouse, one of the 4 behavioral panel guys, right? It was Scott and Greg Hartley that did the interview with Dawn and Candace. Okay, so Scott said, he said, hey man, here's what happened. We were preparing to interview Candace and Dawn told us he was watching a news story on his phone about a child that had been found. Apparently the child looked like Summer, but they also said it wasn't her. I'm sure you can find that story if you Google it, but that was it. Nobody paid any attention to it all after that. I'm not aware of a phone call about it. There could have been one to tell Dawn about it. I don't remember him mentioning that, though. Maybe that's how he found out. It wasn't a big deal at all, especially since they said it wasn't her fairly soon after we started watching it. I hope that helps. So again, He's saying it wasn't a big deal. Nobody paid any attention to it after that. So we go back to the original statement that we started this video out with, of Candace saying that's why she was so upset during the interview with Dr. Phil or the behavior panel or whichever one she was trying to insinuate that she was upset about, because of that phone call. But right here we have two different people saying it wasn't a big deal. So what's your opinion about this? What do you think? What do you think after now? I mean, this is all the information that I could find about it, and this is a very good outline of what Candace said versus what two other people have said that both spoke with Candace on the day of the taping of the Dr. Phil episodes. So, what's your opinion? Let me know in the comments. And that's all for now. Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure that you're subscribed, ring-a-ding the bell, hit the thumbs up.
I'm done with traditional foundation because of this. As a young makeup artist, I try.
And y'all know how I feel. Before I play this piece, y'all know damn good and well how I feel about property searches by tragedy pimps, all that bullshit. I'm not opposed to property searches. I'm only opposed to tragedy pimps being given access to properties or anywhere else. You'd have to be an idiot for them to do so. Logic and common sense tell you why. I am very pro law enforcement, feds, real search teams, not associated with YouTubers or social media. Doing anything and everything necessary to locate some big boy equipment, grid searches till hell freezes over, napalming shit to fucking ash, going in and out as long as it takes. Alright? Tragedy pimps can go fuck themselves. There's no need for any tragedy pimp or anyone associated with them to be inside of Beach Creek or on anybody's property searching, period. And you'd be stupid to think that should be happening. You're a dumbass fueling idiots who, obviously, you can go back to Petito and other cases, and in this one, if you know what the fuck they've been up to, around shit and attempting to set people up and all their shit, you should know why you probably shouldn't let them on your fucking property. Especially after many of them have been up on C&Ds and walked away with items. Secondly, you have to know that anybody, any tragedy pimp or any Ryan Funds fucking lies or any of those, if they ever do find anything, it's going to be so easily thrown out of fucking court and not be able to be used as fucking evidence that you should pray to God that none of them ever find shit. And you should hope it's a random citizen, a hunter, a this, a that, a cop, law enforcement, anything but a tragedy pimp or a social media true crime junkie. Okay? Okay. If you want it to count for summer, you do not want tragedy pimps near it, laying hands on it, or anybody affiliated with them, touching it, or laying hands on it, or finding it. Okay? End of story. If you can't figure it out for yourselves, and why that's so, I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, y'all know how I feel about stupid shit like the ashes and the searches and the conspiracy shit and flames and songs, whatever. Y'all just know how I feel, okay? And so I'm just gonna let it play and let it be what it is, but y'all done damn well know, alright? You just done damn well know. And fuck what's said about me, and I don't even give a shit about any there. I think this is the piece. Hell, it's probably both pieces, all of them. I don't know. I'm sure I know I mentioned some of them and throwing maybe potatoes and shit. And I don't know. I don't really give a flying duck. That's the same shit, different day around here. So we're just gonna let it be what it is. It's gonna ride. It's just gonna be what the fuck it is. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let it play. I actually may speed it up. Oh, this is a long one. Okay. I'll I'll maybe speed it up. Okay.
Hey, welcome to my channel. Summer Wells is a missing child in Tennessee, and Summer was reported missing on June 15th, 2021 by her parents, Don Wells and Candace Bly. We're going to discuss Candace Bly and the necklaces, and the necklace, and the necklace, and the necklaces, no evidence, no searching, and a lawyer, and how they all might just fit well together in this part of a huge puzzle that I've been working on trying to piece together. Before I start showing you each piece of this huge puzzle, I gotta say my spiel. Make sure that you're subscribed, ring a ding my bell, make sure that you hit the thumbs up if you enjoy facts and deep dives of true crime, but you also are curious or love paranormal everything. Okay, now let's do this. Let's start with the necklace. When Don Wells and Candace Bly did their first interview together on June 29th, 2021, about Summer magically vanishing, Candace was wearing this huge cross necklace. I've reviewed many pictures of Candace before June 15th, 2021, and this necklace on Candace, I've never seen that before, June 15th at all. Candace was wearing this cross on the interview on June 29th, and then at multiple vigils following.
All right. I just gotta say it. Vigils. Vigils. And you can clearly see this is not an urn necklace. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
But then the necklace changed. The cross vanished, and a smaller necklace appeared. When Dawn and Candace filmed the Dr. Phil episode, Candace was wearing this smaller circle necklace. When Candace joined the panel on Cracking Cases with Cam and Allie, she had a smaller necklace on, and Candace kissed the necklace as she spoke to Cam and Benny. On March 22nd, 2022, Candace did her own live stream on her own channel, Candace Bly, because now she has two channels, but this is her first one, not the Don Wells official family channel, not that one. During this super short stream, Candace said, quote, "Summer will always be here with me," end quote, which made my stomach turn.
Yeah, Summer will always be here with me, no matter what anybody says.
According to Don Wells and Candace Bly, Summer Wells is missing. So how is Summer going to always be there with Candace? Unless Summer is in spirit form. Maybe that necklace has some of Summer in it. When my father-in-law passed away.
See, it's the reason y'all want to parade bones and fucking necklaces and Grandis is the hero shit around here. Several years. You don't care how the fuck this stupid hits people who really know Summer. It's conspiracy theories is stupid shit. It irks the piss out of me. This is why
I purchased necklaces on Amazon so that my husband could have his father with him whenever he wanted. My father-in-law was cremated. These necklaces...
Yeah, fuck the feds and law enforcement, but they would have noticed no such thing. They would have been following Candace and Dawn around, and still probably aren't, or anything, to know where they visited or went to, I don't know, scoop up ashes. I'll bet it fell into some sort of Datsun and worked at a crematorium for a bit. Ooh. Leave out the fact the dude was an EMT saving lives for decades prior to that. Jesus Christ, none of it makes any goddamn sense. Fucking, okay. We're never gonna make it through this. Okay.
Necklaces are made as a vessel to hold a small amount of ashes from a loved one or a pet. These vessel necklaces come in all shapes, sizes, colors, types, etc. Is the necklace that Candace is wearing one of these necklaces? Is that how Candace is so sure that Summer will always be there with her?
Yeah, Summer will always be here with me. No matter what anybody says.
Leave me a comment and tell me what you think. I also noticed that Don was wearing a necklace in an interview that he did on January 11th, 2022. So far, this is the only time that I have seen Don wear a necklace. It also was a cross shape, and I tried to zoom in on it really well here to see if it was also a vessel type necklace. So this is as clear as I could get the picture. It's still pretty hard to make out, even though I've made the picture as clear as possible. But after searching all over Amazon, I believe that I found the exact necklace that Dawn is wearing in this interview. And it is not a vessel necklace. I'm still not sure about the cross necklace or the smaller necklace that Candace has been wearing, though. But at least we know that Dawn's necklace, allegedly, is not a vessel. Okay, let's move on now to no evidence. Dawn Wells has talked about evidence, or lack of, multiple times. Cher, from Listen to the Voices Behind the Wall channel, spoke about her catching Dawn saying no evidence will be found because there isn't any. How can Dawn be so sure that no evidence will be found? As many times as Dawn and Candace have talked about the lack of evidence, it really makes me wonder. As I said, Candace has 2 YouTube channels now, for some reason. The first one she started on December 31st, 2021, titled Candace Blythe. The second channel was started on March 14th, 2022, and it's titled Candy Blythe. On the first channel, Candace posted this TikTok video of her own children in the fire. This was posted on March 2nd, 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Candace posted this video on her second channel of a camping getaway, I guess, or something like that. But both of these videos make me sick to my stomach. Then she also posted a TikTok video of Summer that was made on August 8th, 2021, and she posted it on March 2nd, 2022. Let me explain to you why all of these pieces fit together the way that they do in my mind. So first we have all 4 of the Wells kids placed in a video with a background of fire, like they're walking through this fire. I understand this background is a background that's used by many people on TikTok, but I feel that this is very poor taste for a mother of 4 kids that are in the places where they are right now. This mother, which it's hard for me to call her that, has a missing child. Not just a missing child. Her youngest child of 6 or 7 total kids. Her second daughter, who was only 5 years old when she was reported missing on June 15th, 2021. We have Dawn and Candace saying that the police won't find any evidence. We have this mystery necklace issue with Candace. We have Candace saying Summer will always be there with her.
Yeah, Summer will always be here with me. No matter what anybody says.
We have Candace having no reaction or a shitty reaction when she's told Summer might have been found. To start with this video called Summer Wells walking out from the interview. I think that Dr. Phil is the name of the video. It is 14 minutes and 21 seconds long, and it's on the Dawn Wells Family Official YouTube channel. The video just started. I'm only 10 seconds in, and it says walking out from the interview. Many have asked about the part shown in the Dr. Phil episode where I got up and left. There were many reasons that I got up. As reported by others, we had just been through a very emotional time that afternoon with a possible sighting of Summer in a southern state south of Tennessee. Police were called to the location. The witness said the child looked like Summer. The police were being restrained from entering the building of the sighting. This went on a while. We were prepared to immediately leave California on the fastest airplane flight. Our emotions bounced in so many directions. We cannot talk about the behind-the-scenes work of Dr. Phil according to the contract, but this event with a little girl was separate. We were not at Paramount Studios, so Dr. Phil knew nothing about what was going on. We were scheduled and tried to do another interview with his team during this
which is weird considering Scott and them say they were indeed there when that was happening. But I guess according to Mullen and whoever's speech right at that time after the takeover, the hostile takeover from PG and such and the shares. It was a weird time, October and November of 21. What?
emotional time of waiting. It was so difficult. Our phone was being maintained by someone else as they helped with the texts that rolled back and forth with professionals connected to the situation. Then we got word and pictures of the little girl that was maybe rescued. It wasn't Summer. It was not our daughter, Summer. It was like losing her all over again. The emotional circus already had us drained.
He was throwing off some shows us. Our phone was being maintained by someone else as they helped with the text.
When our interview with the Dr. Phil team person was over, we were outside and were being offered the interview again by the two representatives of the behavior panel who had arrived earlier, though not with us inside. After some discussion between Dawn and I, which is an understatement, we decided to do the interview. I didn't want to. They had to set up a special spot to do the interview. Then we went in and did the interview for the behavior panel, which part of it was supplied to Dr. Phil to use. So the behavioral panel channel has a video that's like 5 minutes long that they uploaded, and it's a clip from when they were on Dr. Phil with Dawn and Candace. I actually have the screenshot of it right here. Okay, it was 5 minutes and 58 seconds long. There's a comment on here from Deanna Roberts 5 days ago, and it says, "It is being said that Candace got a call during your taping that Summer was seen in Georgia. Then she got the call that it wasn't her, and you all knew this. This is why she got upset and left the show when asked about the Cornbread Mafia. If so, why didn't you or Dr. Phil tell us viewers about this instead, letting us believe they got her?" Okay, the behavior panel replies back, "Scott here, we were there for that. She wasn't interested, not even a little bit." So Deanna responded back and said she wasn't interested in finding Summer, she wasn't interested in Summer maybe being found. Thank you, Scott. Candace is saying that this phone call was the entire reason why she wanted to leave the interview. But Scott is saying, not even a little bit. Now, we do know, since this has happened, that Jenna is the one that actually came out and confirmed that she was the one that called Candace during this time, and she's the one that made the call. Okay, she shared this information on Ziggy's panel. So let me find that. We're going to listen to what Jenna had to say about when she made the phone call. Okay, well, that was no easy task, but I finally found it. We go back to November 14th live stream that Ziggy did titled Drama Alert, Nita's World, You Absolutely Have 100% Lost Me as an Ally. And we are about 7 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, and that's when Jenna speaks up, and this is what she says.
No, what happened was while Candace and them was in California, I seen a little girl look just like Summer. And I contacted Candace and I said, I seen a little girl look just like Summer. So she contacted her PIs, her PIs contacted me, and then immediately they had the police come and like immediately they were on it. No, I'm not taking that for Candace because I still believe that they had something to do with it. I felt really stupid, and I still feel really stupid after everything that's going on.
And then she went on to say this.
When after I talked to Candace and they found out that was not Summer, she was not upset then, so why would she be upset about the Phil show?
Oh.
Because I spoke to her and told her that wasn't Summer, and she wasn't upset then, so why would she go on Dr. Phil show?
Oh, it's going to seem like, that, yeah, see, like, that's not, yeah, they were making it seem like you were saying that Candace was upset about, Summer supposedly, possibly being found, and then not being found, but you're saying that she didn't even have much of a reaction when she told her about it, right? Or,
no, she didn't. I mean, it was in late afternoon when this happened, so she had probably already filmed Dr. Phil show.
so she didn't even seem excited or anything that you possibly might have saw her daughter?
No, I mean, she just told me that she's going to contact her PIs. Her PIs contacted me immediately. And then they sent the police over there, and it wasn't her. But when I contacted her back, she wasn't upset.
So, when they were filming Dr. Phil, Jenna made the phone call that she had seen a child that looked identical to Summer. Jenna just said that it was in the late afternoon, so she wasn't for sure if they had already done the filming with Dr. Phil or not, but she had assumed that they already had. Well, then I also found this comment here. This is Scott Rouse, one of the 4 behavioral panel guys, right? It was Scott and Greg Hartley that did the interview with Dawn and Candace. Okay, so Scott said, He said, "Hey man, here's what happened. We were preparing to interview Candace and Don told us he was watching a news story on his phone about a child that had been found. Apparently the child looked like Summer, but they also said it wasn't her. I'm sure you can find that story if you Google it. But that was it. Nobody paid any attention to it all after that. I'm not aware of a phone call about it. There could have been one to tell Don about it. I don't remember him mentioning that, though. Maybe that's how he found out. It wasn't a big deal at all, especially since they said it wasn't her fairly soon after we started watching it. I hope that helps." So we go back to the original statement that we started this video out with, of Candace saying that's why she was so upset during the interview with Dr. Phil, or the behavior panel, or whichever one she was trying to insinuate that she was upset about, because of that phone call. But right here we have two different people saying it wasn't a big deal.
Before these animals were adopted.
They saw Summer where? Oh, where? They found her?
Yes, Evie. I said Candace is on the phone right now.
Ask Candace. They didn't find Summer today. I mean, you would tell me, right? Hold on. The wording on the screen is, let's watch. Another time Candace was told Summer might have been found.
No.
They saw Summer where? Oh, where? They found her?
Yes, Evie.
Now that's Lips, the great targeter of all the other child witnesses around Summer's case and her life, and June 15th, and buddy of all the monsters. Yeah, it's Lips.
I said Candace is on the phone right now.
Ask Candace. They didn't find Summer today. I mean, you would tell me, right? Well, she's always the last to find out. They find nobody. Right. No, she said they didn't find. Oh yeah, let's not forget she played fake FBI agent 2 inside of Summer's case for C&D at their request. She also was involved in the targeting of little and other kids and blah blah. Oh, and then attempted that a second time not long ago with little, threatening me monster again just a couple months ago, and that's Savannah Shorts in real time. She was messaging that day, the last time. And she lied to a court up north that she was in trouble in with her own neighbors for her own behavior, and said she had the key, Summer's case, and lied to that judge. And then I have her on recording saying, no, she hadn't turned all that stuff over like she told the judge and all that. And oh boy, tell you what, it's been a weird ride, this Jurassic Park. Anyway, carrying on.
See how confident they are that nobody's gonna find her?
She's right here. You fucking big bitch, you lying.
All that in mind, and then I see this video, the fire pit video. Listen to the words that are being said in this video. Show the song that Candace chose.
See, this is where y'all go too far. This is where you go too far. And you try to make, and I hate speaking sometimes shows, but damn it really could just be as, you know what? I don't care today. Y'all just do what you want to fucking do.
Chose to add to this video where she shows a fire pit, and then she pans over to what looks like a body of water while the song is playing, quote, "talking to the moon, trying to get to you," end quote. In 15 seconds, we hear moon while looking at a fire pit. For those of you who aren't creators or who have never created a short video like this, we select the music that is added to the short clip that we
implying Candace is a creator. Everybody damn well knows that you get to pick the music for your clip. She don't be a creator. As a creator, for those who don't know, you get to pick your own music. I'm pretty sure everybody knows that. Fuck, care.
video. So Candace chose this section of this song, that 15 seconds, to add.
And the reason I take exception to shit like this is because, really, like y'all do us, like stolen squall bids and shit off my crap. Y'all can take any of them, make up what you will, pick them, make them things they're not, so far out of flying fucking context, ooga booga them up and be like, oh gosh, it means something. You know, and even if it does mean something, it may mean something entirely different to the person making it, as opposed to Fruit Loops out here who want to make it something fucking crazy and nefarious. We could take any of your social media, any of them, any video, no matter how mundane, I don't give a shit. If you were the perfect cul-de-sac family, and it's a video with an ice cream shop, and you're all like Stepford wife in it, I could take that, and I could make you look like the worst goddamn human being on earth. And I could repeat and repeat and repeat something while I'm saying it out here on social media and be like, oh my god, do y'all hear those sounds in the background? Do you hear them? Do you hear them? Until people start hearing them. I can go, do you see those khaki pants and how the wall picture, do you see that? Do you see it? Oh, do y'all see that? Oh my god. And I could do the react, you know, and it makes people think, you know, you see how that fucking works? You could take any of your old shit off of any of your social media accounts to do the same. So this is why I take exception to some of this shit. It's, oh,
While she was showing us this.
oh my god, your aunt's uncle's 14th cousin that's been dead for 33 years on the red truck. Oh my god, this one time you said, go hunt the Klan. Oh my god, this one time you didn't ask cream in a park that so-and-so ate it in 33 years before. You're fucking sus, you know. This song this one time must have meant for this, but, you know, see, it's...
Fire pit. YouTube doesn't just add the music in there. The creator picks the specific part of the song that they want to go into their video. So Candace chose that part of the song for this video. What do you see in all of this? It seems to me like we're being told evidence was allegedly burned, maybe? Is that why Don and Candace are so sure that no evidence will be found? But this puzzle doesn't stop there. I found more pieces that fit in this section of this huge-ass puzzle. Well, we have covered the necklaces and no evidence, so let's move on to no searching and a lawyer. Our next piece of the puzzle is no searching on the Wells property. Candace joined Ernie Shell on panel on his channel on March 26, 2022, and I recorded parts of this stream that really got to me. Ernie had his stream scheduled, but I guess he fell asleep. He said Candace called him and woke him up, and that's what they are discussing as soon as Candace hops on panel. Let's listen.
Thank you. What are you doing?
You're an idiot, man.
Well,
I can't believe you forgot about your own shit.
I know. I was sitting here, I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe it.
Talk about dumbass.
I know. I was sitting there, I was like, I thought I had something at 8 o'clock to do. And then all of a sudden my phone starts ringing and you're like, you're missing the live. I was like, what?
Well, somebody had to wake you up out of your coma.
Yep.
Wasn't that so nice of Candace? Covered the necklaces and no evidence. So let's move on to no searching and a lawyer.
Okay. I had to back up a minute.
Our next piece of the puzzle is no searching on the Wells property. Candace joined Ernie Shell on panel on his channel on March 26, 2022. And I recorded parts of this stream that really got to me. Ernie had his stream scheduled, but I guess he fell asleep. He said Candace called him and woke him up. And that's what they are discussing as soon as Candace hops on panel. Let's listen.
Thank you. What are you doing?
Now, some of this I've heard in bits and pieces throughout. I don't even think I ever listened to as much as played here. Fuck, I don't remember. But either way.
Shit, man.
Well, I told you.
I can't believe you forgot about your own shit.
I know. I was sitting here trying. I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe it.
Talk about dumbass.
I know. I was sitting there, I was like, I thought I had something at 8 o'clock to do. And then all of a sudden my phone starts ringing and you're like, you're missing the live. I'm like, what?
Well, fuck, somebody had to wake you up out of your coma.
Yep.
Wasn't that so nice of Candace? I'm not going to play every word said during the entire time that Candace was on panel with Ernie because she was up there for over 20 minutes. But I will leave the link to this video in my description box. So if you want to hear all of the small talk, you can. There are some things that Don Wells said to Ernie that we hear after Candace is off panel and back in the chat that are shocking, to say the least. So I'm going to do this in chronological order. Candace first, then Don. But Ernie didn't waste much time to get us the searching or no searching puzzle piece.
Have you got to talk to anybody about us trying to maybe do a search here in the next week or something? Get all that done?
I actually kind of did, in a way. Do you know how many times my property's actually been searched? What? Why does that matter?
Hold on. I'll back it up a bit. Because I can.
Thank you. What are you doing?
You're an idiot, man.
Well, I told you.
I can't believe you forgot about your own shit.
I know. I was sitting here trying. I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe it.
Talk about dumbass.
I know. I was sitting there. I was like, I thought I had something at 8 o'clock to do, and then all of a sudden my phone starts ringing, and you're like, "You're missing the live." I'm like, "What?"
Well, what? Somebody had to wake you up out of your coma.
Yep.
Wasn't that so nice of Candace? I'm not going to play every word said during the entire time that Candace was on panel with Ernie because she was up there for over 20 minutes. But I will leave the link to this video in my description box. So if you want to hear all of the small talk, you can. There are some things that Dawn Wells said to Ernie that we hear after Candace is off panel and back in the chat that are shocking, to say the least. So I'm going to do this in chronological order. Candace first, then Dawn. But Ernie didn't waste much time to get us the searching or no searching puzzle piece.
Have you got to talk to anybody about us trying to maybe do a search here in the next week or something? Get all that done?
Yeah, I actually kind of did, in a way. Do you know how many times my property's actually been searched?
What? Why does that matter? If there's truly any possibility that
What? What does that matter?
Summer Wells wandered away, or even the abduction theory that Dawn and Candace have tried so hard to make us believe, I think another search on that
Okay, well, make that make sense. If she was abducted, blah, blah. Okay. Then what the fuck do you need to search for? Secondly, what? Right? What does any of that matter? How many times it's been searched? I don't know. When something's been searched by big boy equipment. Right? Real searchers. Real specialized teams of searchers. Over and over and over. And you know the layout. And how goofy it fucking is. That y'all keep going, can we revisit the same spot overnight? With tragedy pimps and oh my god, Ernie, it's even more stupid when you think, yeah, Ernie Shell's gonna come in with a search team. Jesus Christ. Sure. Give me a fucking break. I'm gonna try to cane it. We're gonna carry on. It gets better though.
11 acres wouldn't hurt a thing.
Oh my god, 11 acres! See, this is when you can tell people live on like a quarter acre and they ain't raised in it. But
let's see what Candace says next.
Well, what I want to search is not really the property. It's up behind there, up behind the areas and stuff, up toward them caves. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know about any fucking caves out there. Really, I don't.
yeah. Y'all done damn well know about the fucking stupid cave bullshit. Y'all done know. Alright. Let's see here. Can y'all see and hear me? Uh-oh. I touched the wrong button. No, dear. Okay, yeah. Suddenly I had an issue displaying with it. Anyway. Alright.
Okay.
So if you've been around long enough, you know how stupid the cave bullshit is. You also remember how Ernie went and made a live stream saying him and some of his team were in caves, yet had phone signal in an area with no phone signal even on the best days, let alone clear enough to do a stream from in a cave. But y'all bought it. It's fine. Several years walking through Jurassic Park. Bullshit. Anyway, I can't imagine why anybody would be on. And then imagine having faith in Ernie fucking Shield come search them. Like, what? Why won't you let Ernie come search? I mean, your eye wants to twitch so many different ways and roll back in your head, man.
Candace has no idea about any caves around the 11 acres that her husband owns that she lives on. But let's see if she's going to let Ernie and a group of searchers search.
It's because there are no caves on there, 11 acres. I got all the mapping for the entire area back several hundred years. Y'all will see it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Dumbasses.
That 11 acres. I also want to say right here, I don't know Ernie. I don't know much about him. I know that there's a whole lot of drama around Ernie, but that's not what this is about.
Well, don't forget, somebody felt some type of way about Ernie and tried to make him look guilty or sus for taking Summer and tried to set him apart around the scamathon. And then also people then proceeded to try to get him killed by manipulating and triggering him through cell phones to get him arrested. Also, should potentially killed, and they all laughed and giggled over it. That'd be Benny and Mullen. Carrying on. Not sure why.
Do drama. I'm just focused on what Ernie got from Don Wells and Candace Bly, and that's it. So please do not tell me any drama that's going on with Ernie and anyone else, because it's really none of my business. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see what's said next.
Okay. I didn't know. I just didn't know. I mean, I didn't know what we could do. Like I said, I had a bunch of people was wanting to help you, and you know, they just said pretty much they wanted to, you know, for you to help too, and just what we could do. I've got a couple of pictures that's never before been seen before, and nobody knows about them pretty much, and it's just some stuff I've had to look them around and everything. Maybe later when we get.
Has a little bait sitting on about like he, when they were trying to pull me over there after a TM stunt this year. He'd been getting messages from somebody pretending to be me and also the bullshit, right? And he said I don't know, he's going to turn him into Elliot. I don't know, it was a whole bullshit machine and lies, but it's basically to get shit put into the pond, like Pebble and bait, manipulate. It was garbage. It involved BK, TM, and Ernie at one point, and he clearly already knew it wasn't even me, but then he doxed me during those messages. Yeah, I'm like, imagine me and me who watched them absolutely try to set Ernie up for taking Summer and planting evidence because they were pissed around the scamathon. It looked like they wanted to collect the reward on Ernie, honestly. Make him look batshit, capable of taking Summer, plant evidence on him, after others being up there and around the hill and being able to touch certain stuff or walk up. I don't know. All I'm saying is it seemed pretty weird. But yeah, at the first of the scamathon, honestly, we're damn sure trying to set Ernie up, just like they were Candace. Trying to have other people doing it. But imagine being me and being like, no, I see what the fuck you sons of bitches are doing. Hell no. You know? And then you get the Ernie Shell, who for the rest of the years went wavery back and forth and played and shit to try to fuck with us too. While I cried over this son of a bitch being done the way he was being done, even though he's Ernie fucking Shell. Uh, I don't want to see anybody hurt, harmed, killed, triggered, set off, set up, any of that shit. Not even this dipshit. It's wild, ain't it? Yeah. Oh well. It is what it is. You know. It's like
talking a little bit more, I'll show them to you, and then maybe we'll figure out if we can do it. I mean, who do we need to do it? I mean,
What
I'm gonna back it up again.
said next?
okay, I didn't know. I just didn't know. I mean, I didn't know what we could do. Like I said, I had a bunch of people was wanting to help you, saying, and they just said pretty much they wanted to, for the, for you to help too, and just what we could do. I've got a couple of pictures that's never before been seen before, and nobody knows about them pretty much, and it's just some stuff I've had.
Also, keep in mind a couple little more notorious locals fucking shit up and doing fucked up shit in Summer's case here. We're revolving around Ernie and we're president of the racetrack bullshit with him as well. Keep that in mind.
And took them around everything. Maybe later when we get talking a little bit more, I'll show them to you, and then maybe we'll figure out if we can do it. I mean, who do we need to do? I mean, I'll get you the paperwork, whatever you need to do. Hell, I'll give you.
It's not that. I don't want nobody on my property because TBI, LE, FBI, everybody's already searched that property so much and twisted and turned it over and made a big ass mess and all kinds of bullshit.
Right.
Ernie stumbled on his own words there for a minute. I've seen enough from him to see that he's usually this way, though. He brought up this mystery picture that's top secret because nobody has seen it. And I kind of feel like he kind of used it like bait to get Candace intrigued, maybe. And then Ernie brought.
Ain't none of us intrigued by this dipshit. That's all I'm gonna say. Ernie's Ernie, much like Fred's Fred.
Brought up some paperwork to search, and we'll hear more about that later.
But yet you're pissed because Ernie can't search because Candace won't let him. Make that make sense.
But Candace cut him off right there. She flat out said, quote, "I don't want nobody on my property," end quote. This part made my jaw drop. Why? Well, she gave Ernie this bullshit excuse of all the law enforcement, quote, already searched that property.
It's not a bullshit excuse. The fuck? Come on, man. This is what I can't get behind. Somebody's manipulating, fucking around, putting out bait pieces, all shit. And then you're all like, she gives this bullshit excuse at TBILE, blah, 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 blah. I was like, search this 11 acres. What? You have more faith in some dude online who's all about drama. You've asked not to be part of the drama. You know there's a whole hell of a lot of drama around Ernie. He puts out bait pieces, lies to people, sir, but you want this dude to access property to somehow search or be of help to somebody. Make that make sense. You're offended even that he can't access property. I can't make that math. Well, math.
So much and twisted it and turned it over and made a big old mess and all kinds of bullshit. End quote. The transcript was a little bit off on that part, but that's her excuse. Ernie didn't ask to search inside of her house. He seemed focused on the land. How can he make a big old mess by searching 11 acres of land? Sounds like some bullshit to me. What do you think? Let's keep going.
So there's no cave back
there. All he could really ever do is make a mess. Come back here with content. Feed y'all. That's it. To make a mess. But, they already had all the tragedy events they needed visiting the hill during those periods, and shit, everything already been fucked with them.
back there then, are they?
Not that I'm aware of, no. But then I don't know, because I don't go venture off my property, so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You didn't know. I've heard that a lot of people say there's a cave system back there. I mean, how does it run? Is it like the houses and then there's a little bit of a creek or something in the back? Or how is that?
Man, I don't even know. Like, everybody talks so much crazy shit, like, I don't even know. Like, I've lived there for 14 years. I don't even fucking do.
Well, that's a lie. It says she's lived there 14 years. Nope, not even close. It's like they're lying. I mean, look, neither of them have ever been. They're just bad about telling you exactly when and how long they lived on Ben Hills there, about everything else, birth dates, birth years, all kinds of bullshit. But that's fine, carrying on. If you can do the math yourself, when Josie and their second was born, and where they're born, and you come back to the earlier pieces, you figure out that, well, nothing's true, including the coming back here for Mom because she was sick thing. I stopped like 5 minutes in. I think it was actually like 11, 12 minutes, maybe close to 13 something. I had an exact count on it when I stopped watching the behavior panel interview, the one that happened before Dr. Phil. Because I was like, yeah, that's bullshit. He's gonna get broad ass caught. Oh well. And I just turned it off and didn't watch anymore. For eons after that. But yeah, nope. 14 years my ass, Holmes. No.
It was me and my neighbor.
Right. Well, how far have you been back up in there?
Well, I haven't.
Oh, okay. How far does the CGI go back up in there, the law enforcement?
I don't know. That I don't know.
So.
Okay, quick recap. Candace says that she's lived on that property for 14 years, but she has never been all the way back on the property, and she doesn't have it.
She's not talking about her own, dummy. When he says, how far back up in there did law enforcement search, I know Candace took it as how far back up in the hollow, which is how they were entering, was coming into the road, going up and using that pathway to go all the way up into the mountains and across and down towards Bell and Phil's, etc., etc., etc. So she was unaware of, because she'd never been back up all the way in there. Obviously, she couldn't. It's her property. So that's how she took it versus how you idiots are taking it and how you tore it apart, but whatever.
Any idea where TBI searched?
But then again, do put that with her piece of, I don't even know, because I don't go out walking because bears and snakes. So, either way, property's goddamn searched by big boy equipment and everybody else under the fucking sun. Including backup air, alright?
But she still says no searching on their property for her missing child. Make it make sense.
We can easily. Tragedy pimps need not apply. Real feds, real searchers, big boy equipment, trained groups of professionals not associated with social media. Yep. Not whatever the fuck you people are. See how it works? Alright. And then you know how those groups like AWP and they love to just pull Kylie Rodney's, from, and then have like the Justin's unblurred image of her and everything, and put it behind paywalls, and then have these tragedy pimps fuck up their court appearances through WebEx on purpose right? You know how they have their Goodwill pyramid system of funding too. Oh, ain't that happened with another search group we can name around the Summer Wills case? Yeah, I think it has. So there's that. Can't even trust them motherfuckers, right? With the best names right here. Oh boy. Anyway, carrying on. Because they'll just come here and tragedy pimp the material too, won't they? Put it on paywalls, bullshit about it. You have to be called out in local newspapers in order to start cooperating with what they're supposed to do. And then come here after, yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna, jazz hands.
But we haven't even gotten to the really good parts yet. So, roll it.
So, see, I was wanting to take a boots on the ground team, some hard hitters, and
Swear to God, turn boots on the ground right here. And then watching people do it that were affiliated with AB coming out of his Discord within the first few hours of summer, vanished and doing drive-bys, trying to get close and insert in around the command post, into search groups this year, and that. Telling you what, if I hear boots on the fucking ground one more time, one more motherfucking time around here, that term should be abolished off the face. Boots on the ground, my ass.
just search the area or something. Somebody said something about a basement.
I don't give a fuck what anybody does as long as they don't go fucking tripping around on my property.
Okay.
Candace is like, look, Ernie, do what you want, but do not step foot on my property.
Look, I don't give a fuck what anybody does as long as they don't go searching around on my property. That's what she said.
While you are searching for my daughter. I mean, is she for real? And people wonder why so many of us see Candace as a suspect in Summer's disappearance.
Now, you see, I don't know why in the fuck they're about the not searching and shit. Especially since they let those like Cam and Dipshit and Benny's and Alley's and fucking Lockdowns and the Brads and everybody else come up there and party down. The Sanchez's, the Amy Tate's tweaking, all the hundreds of people there to fix her. I don't know. Okay? I don't really give a fuck. That's all I can do is speak for a moment. It's just fuck tragedy pimps touching ground. Period. Okay? Because I truly do want Summer found, and I want anything related to anything to do with Summer evidence, etc., found, and for it to be able to be used in court without it being tossed out. Right. So, I don't know what their shit is, but I know what my shit is. And my shit's like law enforcement, feds, big boy equipment, trained search groups, all that. Get her done 24 hours a day. Not tragedy events. So there's that. Now what the fuck they're doing, I don't know, because as you can see, It's really stupid. They let all the tragedy pimps on the damn place and whatever, but, you know, I can't. Honestly, I was surprised Tommy and Larry on there. But, somebody had issues with him, but I'm gonna guess it goes back to potential setups around him and trying to get him nailed for taking Summer looking like he might have around that reward fund. Could be that. Could be that. I'm not sure what it was. Or Mullen and BK targeting him and setting him, the fuck off. BK was his little group anyway. And triggering to where he's running up and down interstates because, well, Ernie's Ernie. And they know how to manipulate him, set him off, blah, blah, via text during certain times. And, to fuck with him hard, I don't know. It just is what it all is. I don't know. It's weird as hell. It's Jurassic Park here.
I mean, seriously.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, how can we get back out to the caves if we can't get on property? I didn't know. Are they alternate routes that we can do it?
On my property, there ain't no cave.
Okay. So how big?
There ain't no cave, there's no dug-ins, or nothing like that on my property.
Well, how big of a piece of property are we looking at for your property? I mean, how big? How many acres? An acre? Is it 2 acres? What is it?
It's a few.
Few acres? Okay.
But I know I've been all around my property, on my property, and I know damn well there ain't no caves or no tunnels on my property. That I know for a fact.
No tunnel.
No tunnels, no caves, whatever, in-ground swimming pool, whatever you fucking want to call it.
Okay. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. In-ground swimming pool. I don't want an in-ground swimming pool. I ain't looking for one of them. Okay. I just wondered.
Ain't no shit like that on my property.
Okay.
I feel like Ernie's playing dumb, like asking how many acres the wells have, and Candace is playing right along with them. I would hope that she would know how many acres her husband and owns and that she lives on, but she might not. Anyway, now Candace knows for a fact that there's no caves, no tunnels, no in-ground swimming pools anywhere on her property because now she has been all over her property. 2 minutes earlier, she had no idea.
Well, I mean, I've got. Let's see how I can put this easy way to make it, not everybody get mad at me or nothing, but I've got a few pictures, and I just wonder where they came from.
Like over, I want to say at least 30, 35 minutes, if not longer.
Okay, so it's 35 minutes away from you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's all kinds of shit about sensible town now.
This is how you catch a manipulator. He's all like, how far away is Sensible Tunnel from you? Like he doesn't know he's close. But then...
Right. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, I've been there. It ain't nothing but a fucking drive-through.
I know, but there's one that's like, ain't there like I've been to both of them. Ain't there like a fake one and ain't there like a real one or something like that?
See, he already knows. Google, man. RES Connect. It's because at this time y'all were trying to make the picture of summer and the boys here near the falls since fall look funny as hell and making woo-woo conspiracy theory shit, right? Because y'all are idiots. It's like when Ryan finds lies. His ass over there trying to climb it, sweating balls and sliding down hills and fucking up phones and shit in one of his first bids. It's stupid as shit. Everybody in this area goes there with their children. There's many here, most of us, pictures with their children, especially during Halloween. right? Um, we consider like it's a community ghost story. Let's see all this shit. We all, generationally are like, oh, taking the kids to the sense ball. It's a thing, okay? To the false sense ball. But anyway, he clearly knows. He clearly just let her. How far away is it? This area? Because y'all were trying the ooga booga shit on people, conspiracy theory nonsense. Summer might be at. And then you fall for it over and over and over and over and over again. Even where Ryan's out there. It's fucking stupid. Stupid as shit. I can't.
No, I don't know. I just been through the one that you drive straight through. That's the only one I've ever been to.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering. I mean, I didn't know how far law enforcement actually looked, and I know you've seen how big of a response.
Well, okay. I was just wondering how far law enforcement looked. But that's not the question he asked. He didn't go, hey, did law enforcement go search Sensible because you had a picture that one time with the children. Did they search all that fucking way? Give me a break, dude. I can't believe. I hate it. I hate it. It's garbage like this that's kept the fuck shit. Almost 3 years. That was called in. It was hoaxed to death. This, that, and blah, 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 blah. Eaten by bullshit idiots, the gullible, the in-betweens. It bothers the hell out of me. But, it does. And just the amount of stupid. That tunnel, alright? There's people that live right there at it, around it, both sides of it. They're used to, obviously, everybody in the area visiting it. And because people can get up to shenanigans, especially teens and such, during certain times of the year, and yahoos and partying kids and whatever else, they have an abundance of fucking cameras there. Alright, so and the cameras along the rounds. Man, and it's a very short tunnel. It's so stupid. So stupid.
Once we got out first, right? You seen what people want to do. I mean, you seen I've got military, I've got bikers, I've got everybody ready to go. So I just didn't know. We was gonna fly low enough and get videography.
Just been through the one that you drive straight.
You know what? We're just gonna back it up again. Just gonna back it up.
She has been all over her property. 2 minutes earlier, she had no idea.
Well, I mean, I've got. Let's say I can put this easy way to make it, not everybody get mad at me or nothing, but I've got a few pictures, and I just wonder where they came from. How far is just the ball tunnel from you?
Like over I want to say at least 30, 35 minutes, if not longer.
Okay, so it's 35 minutes away from you, right?
Yeah, I ain't.
Okay.
There's all kinds of shit about Sensible Tunnel now.
Right. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, I've been there. It ain't nothing but a fucking drive-through.
I know, but there's one that's like, ain't there like I've been to both of them. Ain't there like a fake one and ain't there like a real one or something like that?
No, I don't know. I just been through the one that you drive straight through. That's the only one I've ever been to.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering. I mean, I didn't know how far law enforcement actually looked, and I know you've seen how big of a response we got out of searching, right? You've seen what people want to do. I mean, you've seen I've got military, I've got bikers, I've got everybody ready to go. So I just didn't.
You know, that's where the world should be like, nah. You can see I've got military, I've got bikers.
know. I just didn't know what was going on. The law enforcement's already searched it, and you're sure that we wouldn't find nothing. So I guess But what about the others? I mean, somebody's saying that there's a bunch of tunnels. Because what we was going to do, we have a chopper. We have a chopper. We was going to fly over.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear it? Ernie Shell saying he had a chopper. And what they was going to do was use this chopper that Ernie Shell and his people have to do flyovers. Goddamn, does Ernie Shell still own this fucking chopper? Have access to it? I have questions. He's got military, he's got law enforcement. He's got bikers, and he's got a chopper. And this, y'all mad because Ernie and everybody else around here couldn't go search for a people. They're clearly lying. Seriously? You'd think after telling lies and being on YouTube, manipulating people in and around a case like this, that then somebody like Ernie Shell, even if they accessed Candace Nim's property and they found something, that they would be taken goddamn seriously in the court of law. I'm asking for been watching for years. His chats line up for this shit. Do things like, yeah, Ernie, yeah, so and so, you really nailed him. You did the detective work, and we've seen how you manipulated around the things you were doing, and oh my God, you go, you're great at this. It was a great interview, and it was a great thing, and it fuck them for not letting you search with your chopper and military and bikers. Years of it. I don't care if it's C&D or not. And just years of watching this stupid shit like this. Years.
Low enough and get videography of everything, and then put together a digital we put together a digital plan. Like wondering, I mean, I didn't know how far law enforcement actually looked, and I know you've seen how big of a response we got out of searching, right? You've seen what people want to do. I mean, you've seen I've got military, I've got bikers, I've got everybody ready to go. So I just didn't know. I just didn't know what was going on. The law enforcement's already searched it, and you're sure that we wouldn't find nothing. So I guess But what about the others? I mean, somebody's saying that there's a bunch of tunnels. Because what we was going to do, we have a chopper. We have a chopper. We was going to fly over low enough and get videography of everything, and then put together a digital we put together a digital plan from that just to see exactly where it was going on.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I told you is what I told you, and that's all I know.
Right.
Ernie is trying really hard to make Candace interested in the possibility that her own missing daughter could be on the property around where she was allegedly last seen. But
And imagine some dipshit like Ernie coming at you with a chopper lie. And you know damn good and well the big boy equipment has already flown over everything a billion times and has far better equipment than anything and anyone else on Earth. Has all the bells and whistles, you know. It was up in the first little bit before dark for summer. Yeah, and it actually does have the equipment to do mapping and all this. Imagine that. And then you got some dipshit like Ernie swearing he has a chopper that they're going to use to fly low enough to then do like a digital like plan and then whatever because he doesn't know any equipment or program. You know what it's fucking. Imagine.
Candace seems like she's just getting more and more pissed off. How dare anyone care enough to want to double check?
Hey Nance, do you know when I opened the helicopter video, one of them publicly eventually, it would have to been, I don't know when I opened it publicly. I don't know, eventually brought it over here, but I opened it publicly on Facebook at a certain point. It'd have to be, what, October-ish or probably November 21, somewhere in there, I'd say, right? So y'all damn well knew, and you knew by the news that helicopters already flying. Here you are, listening to Army. Seriously. He has a chopper? What? Up his ass where the Lambo or something is, or whatever? Now enhanced, it was private until after we were public, but I don't remember when I made it public. I know it had to be well after squalling or bullshit and blackmail by this group and all that shit that went down in late October, that type of shit, you know. So, but you gotta think, I think this was in early 22 when Candace and Ernie were at this bullshit. Because it was after BK and her got into it, maybe, I don't remember. I know Little Caesars was involved at some point in Hawkins County cop telling Ernie to get the fuck off the property. Somebody had a flat tire. I don't know. It was just, there was potatoes and toys involved. I do recall that, and loose cannons. I heard those clips, obviously, back in the day. I was like, what the fuck ever, lady. And, you know, never listened to the full thing. I know there was one point Ernie was like, do you have any suspects? She was like, well, no. And do you have anybody your this, that, and the other? She's like, well, no. And then she was like, well, I got people I got problems with, you know, and she listed a bunch of us. It was, I don't know, there's a couple before me. Marlena, I think, was on there. I was on there. Andy was on there, and then she listed Don himself on the list. Because I got to fuck everything, right? And that was her. I have a whole bunch of problems with these people list, but, you know, they tried to make it like it was her suspect list, but she couldn't come up with anybody as a suspect or a person. She was just like, no, but I got a whole bunch of problems with all these people, including my husband. List. I remember that. I'm like, whatever, homie, whatever.
The area that Candace said she last saw Summer. How can Candace be so sure that law enforcement didn't look over Summer like the law enforcement in Florida did when they were only 2 feet away?
Well, none of us can really be sure, right? But I'll be damned if I don't want tragedy against them. Law enforcement, FBI, big boy equipment, real search groups not associated with social media, absolutely. So, see, that's how it works.
A. From freshly deceased Kathleen Moore. That law enforcement search included dogs also, yet Kathleen was still overlooked. I made a detailed video about that a while back, and I'll leave the link in my description box. That was very interesting and so frustrating. We have to ask ourselves, how is Candace so positively sure that Summer Wells is not anywhere around their house? What do you think this means?
Can I ask you a question? Where was that little shoe found?
The what?
The shoe.
I have no idea.
I hear something about a shoe somebody found. Was that supposed to be in your daughter's shoe or something somebody found?
I don't know.
Benny?
There were so many rumors about all that shit. I don't even know.
Oh, you didn't know? Okay. Because somebody was bragging that they found the shoe. That was Benny, I think. BK had the shoe.
Yeah, BK eventually ended up with the shoe, I think, but him, Cam, and 423 fucking Chase / Brad were fighting over the fucking shoe. Alright, but Benny took it back with him, apparently. Much like he took, decoration, I wouldn't call them decorations necessarily, but things put out inside of Beach Creek made on posters by Summer's neighbors and her other church families. He took those back to pose behind him for clout, much like Lockdown and Petito shit behind him. It's pretty fucking foul. But yeah, they were all fighting over a shoe at one point. Benny was showing it off pretty proudly. Which is why I say, you see, tragedy pimps should not be allowed. Not to mention when all the ones from as soon as the road was open up that Squall and all them were pushing in there to fix Candace's house or some bullshit. To get access to everything, we're up there tweaking out in Squall's private groups, and then later on coming here trying to set up hell in half of Georgia. You know, all the Amy Tates tweaking at the vigils and stuff for Summer while her brother was president, chasing shadow people with knives onto other cancer neighbors' properties, you know, that type of shit. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all remember. But anyway, this is why I say them anywhere is bad. Very bad. Enhance that one with the field and lights noise, you know, that was, I think, publicly received. That was on July 4th.
I was probably when that dumbass was at the house and he found that shoe outside the house. But my kids, man, they take their shoes off wherever they are in the yard and throw them out there.
Right. Kids always do that. Kids do that a lot.
And I did it the right way. I notified the guards and all the others at the command post, said, hey, do whatever. And then I stayed on the phone with Ellie. I'm in contact with them and others, and did so in live in real time. That's why you hear the tapping on the video. You see how it works. But yeah, it made that sus of shit too. Hell, I didn't even remember it was July 4th. And that night, you know what I come back to? I was out there looking for Summer, obviously playing rock, scissors, paper, whatever monster about whose stomach could take what. I'd spent half the goddamn day tracking down where exactly that location was via videos. Because of reasons and other things, you know. And I went and I got to the bottom. I changed clothes into my red striped sweatpants. Well, they're red and they have black stripes on the sides. And I got my kind of clothes. It skipped my mind that it was July 4th. And obviously I wanted to take my kids. But it just totally skipped. Like I just didn't realize it until we were out there. Here it was, I'd notified those at the command center that we were going down there. Where, why, what, when, that. Messaged other LE and had people and all this shit. And I couldn't figure out where's me damn traffic. I was like, what the fuck was going on? Man, until, and then I was like, holy shit. Realized later on it's July 4th and I totally missed fireworks and everything else. And then, I come back into the rush. Fuck. Everybody else having a good old time. They're all fucking, I guess, partying down on fucking, I don't know. Everybody else enjoying their July 4th, and I totally forgot it's July 4th. Everybody else, though, setting on fireworks, doing all things. While we were out looking.
Can't do that.
I like to wear shoes.
Right.
I think so.
Right. I just wondering, because I keep on listening to that video, the phone call gone, and I was just like, I just figured out I didn't know if something might have happened or something on an accident or nothing, the water or something. Somebody said something about that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know nothing about it. All I'm going by is what I guess. What's that one woman's name? Cody Foo or Sue Foo or what is her name?
Oh, Jody Sue?
Yeah, what's the deal with that shit?
Man, she's a crazy fucking psycho bitch. Jody Sue, there's something wrong with you.
I didn't. I just listened to what everybody was saying. I didn't know. Said something about somebody screamed, and then 2 hours later, somebody come running up a hill. What was all that shit?
I have no idea what all that shit was. I haven't watched none of Jody Sue shit. I try to stay away from her and her bullshit.
Right.
Because she got too much going on, like she want to be inserted somewhere in this thing. I don't even know.
Right.
She's a lost baked potato in a whole world of baked potatoes.
Right. I understand that. But the baked potatoes, where the hell did you come up with that at?
I don't know. It's the best thing I had for right now.
A baked potato? Just
I'll still maintain I'm the least baked potato or thing on 125, 110, one anywhere else, whatever fucking address any of the rest of the fucking Yahoos are from on Ben Hill. I'm the least baked. But boy, don't they all want to make me seem baked. No, I do like fucking eating potatoes.
I have one of those.
Alright, well, okay, I'll put it this point. This is what I say a whole lot. She's a kid that's missing a toy out of her Happy Meal.
Kid that's missing the toy out of their Happy Meal.
I wonder if Ernie knows that Candace just said that same Happy Meal toy joke about him to Jamie, which I showed in my last video. Anywho, Ernie is very persistent. He's playing dumb to ask questions, but Candace is just playing right along and not answering his questions. We know Candace doesn't like Jody Sue. It caught my attention when Candace said Jody Sue is just wanting to be, quote, inserted.
No, she liked me just fine, so she realized she couldn't use the screen. my guess was on it. Never stopped her though in the in between feeding that bullshit to us around behind the scenes. Or playing games with Monster from the beginning either. And trying to fuck with me and then around the Dr. Filler and all the bullshit and blah blah. Targeting the shit out of everybody. Didn't keep Dawn from trying to use shit too, even after shit, you know, wasn't, yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like me just fine this first 24 hours of be recorded going, must have missed the scream because I was searching or whatever. No, I was inside, what was it? Inside watching TV with the boys or something. I don't know. Like, okay, then where was Summer during that time? Like, you and the boy didn't have eyes on her then. She was just out doing her own thing while you're watching TV or while you're inside the boys' TV. I don't know. Anybody didn't have a problem then. Probably because you didn't realize the time of the scream. And then that became a uh-oh far later on, didn't it?
Somewhere in this thing, end quote. Why did she word it like that? Why not say Jody Sue wants to be involved in Summer's case or inserted into finding my daughter? Something, anything other than Jody Sue. He's playing
Again.
dumb to ask questions, but Candace is just playing right along and not answering his questions. We know Candace doesn't like Jody Sue. It caught my attention when Candace said Jody Sue is just wanting to be, quote, inserted somewhere in this thing, end quote. Why did she word it like that?
Man, I'd give fucking anything for an average Tuesday to have never turned into a not average Tuesday. It's very wrong. Right? It's where she, the world, or else ain't trying to insert anything. Man, if I was worried about any of that shit or looking for fame or looking for this or looking to jump onto true crime or be a local pick me or fucking anything else, dude. You know, or a Duncan, you know, like she tried to do around Boswell's and everything. Man, I could have done so for decades. I could do so now on about 30 fucking cases around here. Quite a few of which are not closed yet either. You know, uh, knowing other things, like knowing some of the ones y'all are hearing, you know, Bullhorn and all them, and Olivia's trying to latch onto around here locally, and the Trevors and everybody else. I know those families and people around them right now. You hear me speak on them? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely motherfucking not. Did I ever come to social media before? Did y'all ever see me in the True Crime Starting Channel and any of the other fucking open and active investigations that I know about, know the people around? No, you didn't. So stands to reason. Nope. Wrong again. Wrong fucking again. Y'all have always pegged the wrong people with the wrong shit. Attributed shit to them wrongly. So where they wanted to be this, that, and the other, blah, blah. Y'all are a whole bunch of stupid. If you want to buy that bullshit. It's like right now as it sits, I know shit about Boswell's case. Public does not. This, the other. I don't speak on it. Unlike, you know, Becky with the good hair down there in the Rogersville area code. I have better sense. Because I want justice. true justice. I ain't jumping into that. And I ain't ever fully come out with all the shit here. And I try not to do harm, really. But I am hunting the fuck out of the truth. The answers, little pieces. Well, does you know the story of how I come about being here? No. They headhunted, put the wrong price tag on, fucked with, manipulated, tragedy pimped, etc. Blah blah blah, committed crimes, went real life on the wrong bitch from the wrong hollow in the wrong fucking day. In the wrong fucking case. I hate that for all of I really do. So no, didn't insert it, you know. Pass. Alright, you know.
I try to stay away from her and her bullshit because she got too much going on. Like she want to be inserted somewhere in this thing. I don't even know.
Right.
She's a lost baked potato in a whole world of baked potatoes.
Right. I understand that. But the baked potatoes, where the hell did you come up with that at?
I don't know. It's the best thing I have for right now.
A baked potato? Just have one of them.
And it's weird coming from people you've seen insert so many community members and innocent people, right? And do all the fuck shit they've done to neighbors and everybody in that goddamn community falsely. They've inserted them in and around or gave the hint, wink, nod that they're responsible for summer somehow and this and the other. And put out false narratives and bullshit around and made them seem like they're suspect or guilty of doing something to Summer. So it's weird. Isn't it? Much like knowing that Candace and Dawn behind the scenes Prairie Garden Knowles were releasing the info on us. Look at the first 24 hours Candace has recorded talking about the scream to others. I know Candace and I caught her at it in the first days and weeks. Wasn't law enforcement. She wasn't wearing wire for LE or feds or anything. No, she had goddamn phones live in her pocket, you know, right? Letting others like YouTubers and shit listen to certain shit. On us talk. We ain't goddamn law enforcement feds. It's fucking YouTubers, man. YouTubers they were using to pump out this bullshit. Behind the scenes, you can see they were getting information on all of us. 24 hours in, they recorded talking about the screen, also shit. That did not help what the ex pseudo MIL piece of shit did. Didn't help any of it. It's eventually how, you know, and then you've got Squall and Chicken on a Stick, and all that bullshit in the realm. All these other players in the first hours, some are vanished. All the way everything went. Yeah, it ain't. And you see, the thing is, when you're feeding out your neighbors, doxing, doing all bullshit, making them look certain ways, you're doing all this shit for your social media pals. Well, that means they get hunted doubly, triple, quadruple. All the people start looking for the fucking neighbor and her children in the scream, right? Including your buddy Squall, the rest. Who had methods and means through all the Summerwell's Facebooks up, plus knew because of Chicken on Sticks, certain relations, right? Familial and otherwise. To manipulate and do certain fuck shit. He always made sure others were hunted down by tragedy pimps. Others blamed falsely, narratives put on them, you inserted in. Some chose to come out thinking it was just tragedy pimps, not realizing what went. Some chose to protect their children, others thought they were doing right by Summer, trying to protect themselves from fuck shit around Monster and favors and fuckery and mistrust and all of you all. And boy, what wrong? Started hunting backwards the very things that have been hunting us long before we even knew they were. Yeah, y'all inserted a whole lot of people in a whole lot of shit they didn't belong in. Goddamn them all to hell, though, for speaking out. And continuing, unlike some, to try to do the right thing because they don't have a guidebook still. Right? But they try to do what's right. And they don't even sling mud or extreme guilt or say anybody's guilty or this other of anything. Because they want the right shit to be placed at the right monster or monsters.
Alright, well, okay, I'll put it this way. This is what I say a whole lot.
It might have happened or something on an accident or nothing. The water or something. Somebody said something about that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know nothing about it. Only I'm going by what I guess. What's that one woman's name? Bodie Foo or Sue Foo or what is her name?
Oh, Jody Sue?
Yeah, what's the deal with that shit?
Man, she's a crazy fucking psycho bitch. If you listen to Jody Sue, there's something wrong with you.
I didn't. I just listened to what everybody was saying. I didn't know. Said something about somebody screamed, and then 2 hours later, somebody come running up a hill. What was all that shit?
I have.
And you know, for somebody to call me a psycho when I've watched them make their children cry on purpose. On purpose. Hurt them on purpose, emotionally at least, you know. By giving away their favorite puppy right in front of them and then laughing at them and their tears and pain. I gotta tell you, that's something I've never done to my children. Not in any way. So, I don't know. I'd say certain people that do that, though, place firmly on certain realms of certain scales, though.
No idea what all that shit was. I haven't watched them.
Are laughing and giggling because they've taught them to kick their grandmother in the fucking knee and leg that's hurt. I'm thinking it was just fucking hilarious. And teaching that as values to their children, I'd say that falls on a certain level of what the fuck. Baked potatoes indeed, my dude. Well, shit, I wonder why Grandis has got to go to the hospital, man.
Jody Sue shit. I try to stay away from her and her bullshit.
Right.
Because she got too much going on, like she want to be inserted somewhere in this thing. I don't even know.
Right. Right.
She's the last baked potato in the whole world of baked potatoes.
Right. Right. I understand that. I understand that. But the baked potatoes, where the hell did you come up with that at?
I don't know. It's the best thing I have for right now.
A baked potato? Just have one of those. Eat them.
All right. Well, okay. I'll put it at this point. This is what I say a whole lot. She's a kid that's missing the toy out of her hat.
And honestly, seriously, I don't remember ever running over litters of kittens and puppies and such drunker than shit and giggling or laughing about that either. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure all that fits on certain scales. And addiction can't explain it all away.
Happy Meal.
Kid is missing the toy out of their Happy Meal. Huh. The other penny, I think BK had to shoot.
That was probably when that dumbass was at the house and he found that shoe outside the house. But my kids, man, they take their shoes off wherever they are in the yard and throw them out there.
Right. Kids always do that. Kids do that a lot. Kids do that a
don't
lot.
like to wear shoes.
Right.
So.
Right. I just wondering, because I keep on listening to that video, the phone call Don, and I was just like, I just figured out I didn't know if something might have happened or something on accident or nothing, the water or something. Somebody said something about that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know nothing about it. Only I'm going by is what I guess. What's that one woman's name? Bodie Foo or Sue Foo or what is her name?
Oh, Jody Sue?
Yeah, what's the deal with that shit?
Man, she's a crazy fucking psycho bitch. Jody Sue, there's something wrong with you.
I didn't. I just listened to what everybody was saying. I didn't know. Said something about somebody screamed, and then 2 hours later, somebody come running up the hill. What was all that shit?
I have no idea what all that shit was. I haven't watched none of Jody Sue shit. I try to stay away from her and her bullshit.
Right.
Because she got too much going on, like she want to be inserted somewhere in this thing. I don't even know.
Right.
She's the last baked potato in the whole world of baked potatoes.
Right. I understand that. But the baked potatoes, where the hell did you come up with that at?
I don't know. It's the best thing I have for right now.
A baked potato? Just have one of those. Eat them.
All right. Well, okay. I'll put it at this point. This is what I say a whole lot. She's a kid that's missing the toy out of her Happy Meal.
Kid is missing the toy out of their Happy Meal. Huh.
I wonder if Ernie knows that Candace just said that same Happy Meal toy joke about him to Jamie, which I showed in my last video. Anywho, Ernie is very persistent. He's playing dumb to ask questions, but Candace is just playing right along and not answering his questions. We know Candace doesn't like Jody Sue. It caught my attention when Candace said Jody Sue is just wanting to be, quote, inserted somewhere in this thing, end quote. Why did she word it like that? Why not say Jody Sue wants to be involved in Summer's case, or inserted into finding my daughter? Something, anything, other than Jody Sue, quote, just wants to be inserted somewhere in this thing, end quote. This choice of wording from Candace is another red flag for me in my script theory that June 15th was all planned out the weekend before for me. And
Virl, I do elevate mine. For other things and reasons, including heart and everything, but that's not gonna quite fix or help this one, isn't it? It's not what this is about. Anyway.
My script theory that June 15th was all planned out the weekend before, at least. I'm still working on that video that explains in very great detail why I believe this with all of my heart and soul.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense you telling us this. Thank you so much for telling us this.
So, man, I don't fucking lie about you. I don't fucking
no, I know. No, I've been telling people. I've been saying, no, she's not been lying at all. I mean, she said, you know,
man,
the timeline's 4:30. The timeline's 4:30.
For me, in my
Listen to this again.
for me, in my script theory that June 15th was all planned out.
This tells you by this time, obviously, you know, because he's like, who's that one girl? Jody Flu, Jody whatever, Foo, right? Acting like you don't know me that much. This shit.
The weekend before, at least, for me, in my script to be, quote, inserted somewhere in this. He's playing dumb to ask questions, but Candace is just playing right along and not answering his questions. We know Candace doesn't like Jody Sue. It caught my attention when Candace said Jody Sue is just wanting to be, quote, inserted somewhere in this thing, end quote. Why did she word it like that? Why not say Jody Sue wants to be involved in Summer's case, or inserted into finding my daughter? Something, anything, other than Jody Sue, quote, just wants to be inserted somewhere in this thing, end quote. This choice of wording from Candace is another red flag for me in my script theory that June 15th was all planned out the weekend before, at least. I'm still working on that video that explains in very great detail why I believe this with all of my heart and soul.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense you telling us this. Thank you so much for telling us this. So,
man, I don't fucking lie about you. I don't fucking
no, I know. No, I've been telling people. I've been saying, no, she's not been lying at all. I mean, she said, you know,
man,
the timeline's 4:30. The timeline's 4:30.
He's well aware of who I am, though he acted ignorant and was like, who's this Jody Flu girl, whatever. And he goes, man, I've been telling him Candace ain't lying, you know, the timeline's 4:30, the timeline's 4:30. See that? Enhanced, when was it that Benny, Prayer Garden, all them, after Dawn went to jail, got cancer and she tried to move her timeline back to fit screen. And to try to say fuck shit about us and fucked up entirely, and then realized, but then if I went down, I was looking, and I guess about 4:30 Penny, and Jody Sue was already at the bottom of her driveway. And it was like, oh, fuck, wait a minute, hold up, gotta walk that back. That means Summer, oh, God, you know. Yeah, see, they already pulled the hoax call bullshit thing. Brought the feds here. I happened to be here the day that was airing. I was on live when I was hearing it, and I was like, holy shit. Y'all seen this shit? So, hate me if you will, but bitch, I ain't the one trying to pull timelines or anything else back to fit everybody else. That's just all there is to it. But here's Ernie trying to lock her into a 4:30 thing, right? Right. I know on the PGBK side of things, when she did that, she was petting the dog, acting like she was an animal. You know, everybody hearing the goddamn dogs, I swear.
A fucking ounce of my body to tell a fucking lie.
Right. So
I don't have the energy for that, and I don't have the time for that, and that just adds more bullshit to the problem.
exactly.
I skipped over a little bit to get to this part of Ernie and Candace talking more about Jody Sue and the scream, and then
And there's some wording in there that says something about the scream at 4:30. I don't know. She doesn't play that part. I don't care either. So there's that.
and Candace saying that she doesn't lie. She doesn't lie. Candace said she doesn't have the energy or time to lie because it just adds more bullshit to the problem.
Did you say it different in this piece with Ernie, or was this the one where she was like the metabolism? I feel like the metabolism was different. I could have sworn visually it's under the roof. I don't know. Who the fuck cares?
But I've made multiple videos proving Candace does lie. She told Chris McDonough from the interview room 3 different stories about one subject in the 2 to 3 hours that they talked. So Candace may fool some people, but I know that me and my squad, all of you, are too intelligent and witty to fall for her bullshit. She doesn't lie. She's lying right there, saying that she...
What does wittiness have to do with being able to hear, see, or figure out a liar? I don't know, but whatever.
doesn't lie. Come on now.
And you got all this bullshit going on at the same time. And I know you're getting blown up. I'm getting blown up.
And I got motherfuckers hating on me, and
well, this is
I've done this, I've done that.
You know, there are people hating on me, saying I did this, I did that. Whatever, man. It was my daughter. That was my pride and joy along with my 3 boys, right?
Man, that was my daughter. That was my pride and joy, along with my 3 boys.
Right. If you give us permission and let some army teams come up there.
There's a helicopter and army teams. Seriously? The bikers, the army teams, the army fucking helicopters. And Little Caesars. Motherfucker can't afford Papa John's, but he's got a helicopter and army teams. It's like Benny Keys and Doug in other cases prior to Summers. They can't find their card. The wife has it. Hey, Doug, you could call it for chat to. Oh dear, the wife must have. Here, I'm gonna take them 5 Little Caesars pizza, and then I'm gonna do drugs with the mama and party down, and not really get any info. I'm just gonna do what Cher does around the cases with Cher and Doug. Everybody, it's Juanita and Little Caesars, Chris and Little Caesars, Big Kate and Little Caesars, Ernie Shell and goddamn Little Caesars. I feel like every moment in my life that I've had to eat a Little Caesars pizza has led up. I know I'm biased. I hate Little fucking Caesars. It is literally one of the only things on this earth that gives me indigestion and heartburn, and has since I was a kid. It just fucks me all up. Well, only things on earth that can do so, but this place has made me despise Little Caesars to the point where I won't even, like, don't even drive by Little Caesars with me in the car. I'm probably going to start twitching. Hey, but they have the army teams and the helicopters. Can't afford Papa John's. They got the Little Caesars, though. Search teams in caves in an area with no cell phone service, but they got live streams coming out the cave zone. I hate tragedy pamphlet. Have I ever told y'all that?
And do something that law enforcement could never do, then, that's going to make you look good, especially if you
multiple videos proving Candace does lie. She told Chris McDonough from the interview room 3 different stories about one subject in the 2 to 3 hours that they talked. So Candace may fool some people, but I know that me and my squad, all of you, are too intelligent and witty to fall for her bullshit. She doesn't lie. She's lying right there, saying that she doesn't lie. Come on now.
And you got all this bullshit going on at the same time. And I know you're getting blown up. I'm getting blown up.
And I got motherfuckers hating on me and
well, this is
I've done this, I've done that. And man, that was my daughter. That was my pride and joy, along with my 3 boys.
Right. If you give us permission and let some army teams come up there and do something that law enforcement could never do.
And let him and his army teams come over and do something law enforcement could never do. See if I ever made Ernie aware of how many law enforcement, feds, etc. have been active members of the military. It's generally backgrounds of a lot of law enforcement. But yeah, Ernie and his army teams can do something that law enforcement, federal agents, trained searchers, a lot with military background could never. You know what? All that had Fed level equipment that the military possesses.
Then, that's going to make you look good, especially if you're helping us. If you're helping us and you're saying, hey, look, I've never been here, but I like this checked out here. We would like this. And that way we can bring cadaver dogs. We can actually bring, we can break it. So, I mean, you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help you. That's all I want to do. But I also want to find Summer.
No, that's the only thing I want to do is find Summer.
I wonder if those are like the equivalent of the well-trained dogs that went with Jenny, Adrian, and chasing that were allegedly, supposedly pissing on everything. That somehow we're finding since, like, close to 2 years after Summer vanished. And then marking it where they were finding that by pissing on it. It's real well. That's what I hear is. Can't. I fucking can't.
Okay. So, I mean,
but all this fighting and all these motherfuckers on YouTube and acting stupid and a fool is not helping anything.
No, it ain't. But there's a lot of people on YouTube, who want the same thing as we do, though, right? To find Summer.
I just want my daughter found.
Okay, let's do it.
That's all I give a fuck about.
You've already said that you didn't know what was up in them mountains. You didn't know what's up there beyond them ridges. Let's get the proper.
And hence, this is way after the Call Mary, because we still lived in there or whatnot around the Mary Call and all that shit. Yeah, because, I mean, I looked at her, I was like, you realize this is going to make you look. She was laughing about it, having a good time, etc. She's like, Oh, fuck. Wrong neighbors, take up her ass. Blah, blah, blah. Mask on. Don't make me do it. Alright. Whatever, bro.
That's good.
Well, look, we get you some gear, and by God, you can go with us. We'll put you right on the 4-wheeler or whatever we need to do, and haul you right up there.
But I can promise you one thing: there ain't nothing on my motherfucking property. No matter what anybody these crazy fools say.
Well, what is people saying supposed to be on your property?
That was when Penny and Chase were hunting down other neighbors. I think they thought it was a Scream neighbor, too. Because the Scream and all this other shit and Chase things were involved in all that, you know. Well, so that revolves around those days, the Mary Call, but during certain days around that, had I children policed for safety elsewhere, but we're coming and going, so certain yahoos and monsters and etc. wouldn't know where we were at, so I determined what to do. Trying to figure out everything.
I don't know, man. People talk all kinds of shit.
Do they think that your daughter's on your property?
Well, no, it's just the way people say that. Well, you had something to do with your daughter. You know where she is. You know what you do. Motherfucker, if I knew what the fuck happened to my daughter, do you think I would be out fucking asking for motherfuckers for help?
Right. Well, I mean, and we're here. We want to help. I mean,
I'm just saying, I mean, dumb shit like that make people... Oh, goddamn. Don't get me started.
No. We don't want you getting started on nothing like that.
Ernie is giving Candace a chance to just say that she will help look for her own daughter, but she can't do it. She can't even say that she will look for Summer. She says the one thing that she wants to do is to find Summer. But really listen to her words. Right after she says that she wants to find Summer.
At least I think this was after. Because as I recall, she didn't start talking to Ernie or really. I mean, I know Dawn was a jail at a certain point and all that, you know, but this group was obviously trying to target Ernie, set him up for the summer thing around the scam time. So I don't know when they had contacts, but I know Dawn knew who Ernie was all that shit before jail, but then I don't recall Candace really outright talking to him being on panels till after, and all this shit until after Dawn had gone to jail. So hell, I don't know. Later, Ernie played clips of Kalia with Dawn Wells before Dawn went back to jail in February 22. So yeah, I mean, and the look of the stuff behind him, obviously, it had to have been after, and so therefore the Mary call would have been way before all the things. Yeah.
Summer, does she say, let's do this, Ernie? When?
And I feel like when Ernie was trying to do the cave shit, and I heard that snippet of him supposedly being in caves and cell phone, we were all like, you gotta be kidding me. People are buying this bullshit. I don't remember what it was, but it was like, yeah, a certain type of season and whatnot.
When can you get a team to my property? Nope. She deflects. She changes the focus back to the YouTubers.
Like that.
Ernie is giving Candace a chance to just say that she will help look for her own daughter, but she can't do it. She can't even say that she will look for Summer. She says the one thing that she wants to do is to find Summer. But really listen to her words. Right after she says she wants to find Summer, does she say, let's do this, Ernie? When can you get a team to my property? Nope.
Make it make sense. How in the world would any person on this earth hear a shit coming out about choppers, bikers, military teams, etc., law enforcement teams, from Ernie, and go, yeah, you need to let him on property. You know, he's trying to help you with these teams he's bringing in. And really be champion in that. When you know damn good well this boy ain't got no choppers, no military teams, none of that shit. He just want access to that property. You know what I mean? Why would you be doing that? When you know clearly this boy's bullshitting lying. Only teams he's got involved in nefarious ass little locals that are tampering with shit since the moment Summer vanished. Like, what the fuck? See, that's a problem for me. I don't get it.
She deflects. She changes the focus back to.
Especially when half these videos, like you heard maybe in the last one, it goes, well, I've watched enough of Ernie to know he's nothing but drama and bullshit and this and the other, so don't come at me sideways, whatever. But then you're championing this guy you want everybody not to stir shit with Ernie because he ain't nothing but drama. You're championing for that guy with his imaginary helicopters, army teams, and all this other bullshit. Candace, why don't you let him search the property with his teams? What? Make that
to the YouTubers hating on her. What does people saying their own opinions on YouTube have to do with her being involved with she wants to find Summer? Does she say, let's do this, Ernie? When can you get a team to my property? Nope. She deflects. She changes the focus back to the YouTubers hating on her. What does people say?
Well, that's typical of her, Dawn, so whatever. Yes, they have blame realms, but the problem is that they've always been playing with them. And then they go to real media and go with big bad YouTube. They're dangerous, but then they're playing with them. But they're haters. But wait, Sodom. Honest.
Their own opinions on YouTube have to do with her being involved with a physical search for her own daughter. Not a damn thing. Ernie tried so hard to keep her on track with the search. She kept trying to deflect the subject and shut down the search. Candace even said that she can promise that there ain't nothing on her property. How can she promise that? I see this one of two ways. Either Candace doesn't understand the value.
Well, honestly, who the fuck would know after you have so many tragedy pimps, tweakers, squall scents, squadrons of house fixers, all this other crap for eons up on 110? How the fuck would you know? Right? What have been fucked with, what hadn't, what was, I mean, you have them revolving, right? And shit changing up there, and house being redone, and all things that, you know, all this time, like, Amber,
Of a promise like I do, or she understands the value and she is being honest, that she knows for a fact that there's no evidence on that property that would help find Summer. But then that would mean that Candace knows what happened to Summer. Candace even used the line of, if I knew what the f happened to my daughter, do you think I'd be asking for help? I immediately had flashbacks as soon as she said that. Hello, James Hutchinson's monster mother killed him and asked for help. She filed a police report saying that he was missing. Amari Nicholson's mom's demon boyfriend murdered him and asked for help, called police, and made a missing child report. Samuel Olson's dad's demon girlfriend killed him, not only asked for help, but physically helped in the searches. I could go on and on. Gannon Stouck's stepmother murdered him. And those are just some of the child victims that I've covered on my channel over the last year. Sorry, Candace, but your words are completely worthless when your actions say the complete opposite. In my opinion, anyway. Let's keep going.
I'm sorry to bother you, Candace. I didn't know. You told us once where you had to get some proper permission to search and everything. But I mean, you still want to help us? You still want to do that? I mean, what? I mean,
Take this. You guys just can't search my property. That's all there is to it. And that's all.
This case is never going to be solved. We need some answers.
Come from a higher up, like a way higher up.
Amen, Miss Foster.
A way higher up.
And I can't do nothing about that.
Who owns the property? You own it, or does who else?
No, Donnie owns the property, but I am his wife, so
right.
It goes hand in hand.
Is he the higher up that said I couldn't search?
Nope.
He's not.
Nope. I've been told that by a lawyer.
Oh. How did the lawyer know that I was wanting to search the property?
Man, don't you think fucking the lawyers don't watch YouTube, dumbass?
I don't know if they do or not. I mean, Lord.
Hell yeah, they do. Everybody watches YouTube.
Let me ask you a question. Was it a lawyer or was it a private investigator told you not to?
No, it was a lawyer.
Okay.
I skipped over a little bit more to get to this part because this is where Ernie says that Candace told him that he would need paperwork of some kind to be able to do a search for her missing 5-year-old daughter on her own property. I call bullshit on that. Especially
No. Lost in the papers that you all apparently never read over here or something. Says that all searches had to go through law enforcement, etc., blah, blah, blah. Even Equal Search had to get permissions and things and such, whatnot, to be approved. I know they hate reading that out to y'all around here. But that's what law enforcement has said.
since we just heard Candace say Ernie's team cannot search the property that her husband owns, that she lives on, that is the last place Summer Wells
Alright. I might be back. Can you all see and hear me? Had some sort of power thing happen. I had to give it a second. Try to get back in. Alright. Plus, I was trying to message back and forth. But alright. Let's continue.
Was seen, allegedly, because Candace says a higher up, a way higher up, said so. Now, this isn't the first time that Candace has said a higher up mystery person said something. I love that Ernie asked her, who owns that property? But her answer made 0 sense. Dawn owns the property, and she's the wife, so it goes hand in hand. But Dawn is not the one who said no searching. Candace busts out that a lawyer told her that. A lawyer. A lawyer is our last topic that I wanted to cover today. A lawyer, like Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said, right? But Candace and her mother denied having a lawyer.
Yeah, I still don't think Lawson necessarily meant lawyer or something. Mm-hmm.
Candace tried to give Ernie the impression that some random lawyer watched YouTube and saw that he wanted to do a search on their property, and what? This random YouTube watching lawyer found a way to contact Candace and demand that she can't allow anyone to search her property for her missing daughter. Bullshit. So does Candace have a lawyer or not? Is Sheriff Ronnie Lawson just lying on this poor innocent family? Who's drawing up all these NDAs that I keep hearing about? You know, the non-disclosure agreements? Who is stopping these searches? Who's controlling what Candace can or can't do? I kind of feel like if Candace did have a lawyer and the lawyer watched YouTube, that they would tell her to stop panel hopping and to stop saying dumb shit like she did to Ernie, and like she did with Jamie in my last review video? What do you think? Does Candace really have a lawyer, or is Ernie right when he asked if it was a private investigator that was telling her shit? I know I haven't seen everything that is said on every channel, so what am I missing here? If you think that I've missed something important, please tell me in the comment section. Okay, let's listen to this next part now.
Did you ever think, Don, and you both, you say, do you think it was 90% a predator that took Summer?
Yeah, if I was to look at it right now, it'd be 99.99%.
A predator?
Man, when I first moved out there, me and Donnie both didn't realize how many sex offenders lived around us within just a mile from us.
Okay. Do you think maybe a chance that a predator may have left Summer somewhere on the property somewhere through there?
No. I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that.
So you're saying a predator come all the way in your house to the basement?
No, I didn't. No, back up. I didn't stay in my house.
Okay. Don told me that, remember? Don
I don't know what Donnie told you.
Right.
I don't get in his business, he don't get in mine.
I know. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean
It's
to.
like he don't get in my phone, I don't get in his phone.
Oh, well. You mean to tell me you all keep them damn things locked up? You don't just leave them on the table where you can pick them up?
No, mine's not locked up. It's sitting there down there in the open, but, we just don't do each other like that.
Right.
I skipped over a few parts that included Candace saying that Tim and Benny were involved in some bullshit and she's trying to stay out of it. She said that they're acting a fool and she's not dealing with it. And then they discussed money. Ernie said that he thinks that Tim and Benny are just trying to make money off of Summer. And Candace said, well, who the hell ain't? But Ernie assured her that he isn't. Candace said, all the YouTubers are, which I felt like was her trying to cover her ass, since she's made plenty of money off of Summer's name. Anyway, they moved on, and Ernie brought up the search again and how he wants to help Candace, but Candace shut him down again by saying, quote, just don't bring them on my property, end quote. Ernie even said that he'd be in Tennessee soon and wanted to meet up with her, and she danced around that real quick. She's busy, and she said that she, quote, can't not go do what I got to do, end quote. That's where Ernie moved on and brought up her abduction theory. She said that she's 99.99% sure that a predator took her daughter and ran far, far away. There's no possible way at all that Summer could be on the 11 acres around their house. Again, the only way that she could be that sure is if she really knows what really happened to Summer and where Summer is right now, today. In my opinion, allegedly. Candace was very clear that she never said that anyone came into her basement. As she made it clear, she doesn't know what Dawn thinks about what allegedly happened to Summer. The child that Dawn and Candace created together that's missing, because she doesn't get in his business and he doesn't get in hers. I mean, WTAF. She really wants us to believe that she and Dawn don't talk about Summer. Really? Candace really wants us to believe that they don't discuss their missing 5-year-old child. In my opinion, anyway.
I'm going back a bit.
Let's keep going.
I'm sorry to bother you, Candace. I didn't know. You told us once you had to get some proper permission to search and everything. But I mean, you still want to help us? You still want to do that? I mean, what? I mean,
Wait, take this. You guys just can't search my property. That's all there is to it. And that comes from a higher up, like a way higher up.
A way higher up.
And I can't do nothing about that.
Who owns the property? You own it, or does who else?
No, Donnie owns the property, but I am his wife, so it goes hand in hand.
Is he the higher up that said I couldn't search?
Nope.
He's not.
Nope. I've been told that by a lawyer.
Oh. How did the lawyer know that I was wanting to search a property?
Man, don't you think fucking the lawyers don't watch YouTube, dumbass?
I don't know if they do or not. I mean, Lord.
Yeah, they do. Everybody watches YouTube.
Let me ask you a question. Was it a lawyer or was it a private investigator told you not to?
No, it was a lawyer.
Okay.
I skipped over a little bit more to get to this part because this is where Ernie says that Candace told him that he would need paperwork of some kind to be able to do a search for her missing 5-year-old daughter on her own property. I call bullshit on that. Especially since we just heard Candace say Ernie's team cannot search the property that her husband owns, that she lives on, that is the last place Summer Wells was seen, allegedly, because Candace says a higher up, a way higher up, said so. Now, this isn't the first time that Candace has said a higher up mystery person said something. I love that Ernie asked her who owns that property, but her answer made zero sense. Dawn owns the property, and she's the wife, so it goes hand in hand. But Dawn is not the one who said no searching. Candace busts out that a lawyer told her that. A lawyer. A lawyer is our last topic that I wanted to cover today. A lawyer, like Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said, right? But Candace and her mother denied having a lawyer. Candace tried to give Ernie the impression that some random lawyer watched YouTube and saw that he wanted to do a search on their property, and what? This random YouTube watching lawyer found a way to contact Candace and demand that she can't allow anyone to search her property for her missing daughter. Bullshit. So does Candace have a lawyer or not? Is Sheriff Ronnie Lawson just lying on this poor innocent family? Who's drawing up all these NDAs that I keep hearing about? You know, the non-disclosure agreements? Who is stopping these searches? Who is controlling what Candace can or can't do? I kind of feel like if Candace did have a lawyer and the lawyer watched YouTube, that they would tell her to stop panel hopping and to stop saying dumb shit like she did to Ernie and like she did with Jamie in my last review video. What do you think? Does Candace really have a lawyer, or is Ernie right when he asked if it was a private investigator that was telling her shit? I know I haven't seen everything that is said on every channel, so what am I missing here? If you think that I've missed something important, please tell me in my comment section. Okay, let's listen to this next part now.
Did you ever think, Don, and you both, you say, do you think it was 90% a predator that took Summer?
Yeah, if I was to look at it right now, it'd be 99.99%.
A predator.
And when I first moved out there, me and Donnie both didn't realize how many sex offenders lived around us within just a mile from us.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Imagine being all the neighbors realizing how many predators these two had over the years visiting and staying with them too. Or that one lived there. That was
Do you think maybe the chance that a predator may have left somewhere on the property somewhere through there?
No. I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that.
So you're saying a predator come all the way in your house to the basement?
No, I didn't. No, back up. I didn't say in my house.
Okay. Don told me that, remember?
it's weird she makes a distinction right there. Right?
Somewhere through there?
No. I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that.
I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that. Excuse me? And that's why I backed up. And I apologize. I'm trying to figure out stuff over here and whatever, but I heard this bit earlier. First I heard it. And so I knew it was in here and incoming at some point from earlier this morning. What do you mean? No, I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that. Went and got her from where? Fuck does that mean? What the hell does that mean? No, I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that. Went and got her where? What? So she's all like, well, a predator, 99.99.999 bazillion percent. Sure, a predator, implying someone with a record or a predator of some bright, the harmony children type of predator, came and got her and goes, quote, no, I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that. Went and got her where? What? And I'm pretty sure C is still on 110 at this point, right? She hadn't went and was staying with Kathy, the friend, yet, right? Because she stopped all communications with Ernie and left away from 110 after Ernie's little Caesar stunt, if I'm recalling correctly. Because she didn't leave 110, I don't think, until Ernie showed up with the little Caesars and shit. And then she stopped talking to Ernie, and she went to Kathy's. Am I wrong about the timeline here? And Ernie and the pizza didn't show up until after Dawn was in jail. She didn't stop talking to Ernie until after the fucking pizza bullshit. And then she went to Kathy's. So, if you're standing there, and I can't tell, I probably could have backed up. Hold on. I'll just look. I don't know. There are fucking trees in the background. I ain't paid attention.
Ownership. I know I haven't seen everything that is said on every channel, so what am I missing here? If you think that I've missed something important, please tell me in the comment section. Okay.
I don't know. The background I'm trying to see there, but
let's see how I can put this easy way to make it, not everybody get mad at me or nothing, but I'm not.
hard to tell them, but the tree line doesn't
Some
quite look
pictures, and
right.
I just wonder where they came from. How far is just the ball tunnel from you?
Like over, I want to say at least 30, 35 minutes, if not longer.
Okay, so it's 35 minutes away from you, right?
Yeah, I ain't.
Okay.
There's all kinds of shit about Sensible Tunnel now.
Right. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, I've been there. It ain't nothing but, I want to say at least 30, 35 minutes, if not longer.
Okay, so it's.
Roll it.
So, see, I was wanting to take the boots on the ground test.
Shut up, Bernie. Either way, I don't know. Maybe it was as simple as she wasn't quite there at the time. Or at home, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to figure out what portion of the building that is and if that lighting will be in the right area versus tree line. So she was at home at that time, or was out in town or somewhere else, and that would make sense to say it that way. If she was at home when she said that, that'd be a little different. I'll figure that out later. Because that would matter in the way in which she said that.
Somewhere to go?
No, no. No, I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that.
So you're saying a predator come all the way in your house to the basement?
No, I didn't. No, back up. I didn't stay in my house.
Okay.
Notice she does go, no, back. I didn't say in my house. So that means that Candace believes that Summer was taken from somewhere else. Dawn stuck firmly, I guess, to the basement. Candace was elsewhere. I don't know.
Don told me that, remember?
Though, remember on the first WJ channel, both of them, Don's like, well, outdoors were a downfall. But yet he stuck to the basement. Bullshit.
Don,
Oh, well, I don't know what Donnie told you.
right.
I don't get in his business, he don't get in mine.
I know. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean
It's
to.
like
I
he
didn't
don't
mean
get in
to.
my phone, I don't get in his.
No, I'll agree with her. I don't think Summer disappeared from the basement in the least. I don't think she was, you know, at least not if it was someone else where I don't think so. Mm-mm.
His phone.
Oh, well. You mean to tell me you all keep them damn things locked up? You don't just leave them on the table where you make it pick them up?
No, mine's not locked up. It's just any time for him to open, but, we just don't do each other like that.
Right. Oh,
I skipped over a few parts that included Candace saying that Tim and Benny were involved in some bullshit and she's trying to stay out of it. She said that they're acting a fool and she's not dealing with it. And then they discussed money.
Yeah, yeah. Tim and Benny in the phone game. They had this place rocking with a bunch of stupid for fucking eons and still does. Alright. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out things here. So, real life versus YouTube, I guess. I hate phrasing it that way, but obviously both things play with, in this instance, about stuff outside of YouTube.
Summer, and Candace said, well, who the hell ain't? But Ernie assured her that he isn't. Candace said, all the YouTubers are, which I felt like was her trying to cover her ass.
99.99%.
A predator.
Man, when I first moved out there, me and Donnie both didn't realize how many sex offenders lived around us within just a mile from us.
First moved out there. And then she says went and got her son. She may not have been at home, but she had quite made it to Kathy's. It was Simon.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you think maybe a chance that a predator may have left somewhere on the property somewhere through there?
No. I think whoever got her went and got her and left and all that.
So you're saying a predator come all the way in your house to the basement?
No, I didn't. No, back up. I didn't say in my.
Went and got her and all that. The fuck's all that?
house.
Okay. Don told me that. Remember? Don.
Oh, well, I don't know what Donnie told you.
Well,
I don't get in his business. He don't get in mine.
I know.
And that bothers me, man. Candace always, every now and then, she's suspicious of Dawn, this, the other. You remember during the Morlock shit they both put out and helped throw over that one with PG and the rest, conveniently enough again. Now she's like, oh yeah, shut up on Christmas, blah, blah, blah. I did want to go ask questions, but I was afraid to because I was afraid Dawn would get pissed. Right? Now, I'm sorry, but if I thought, because she has clearly said that she doesn't think Dawn had anything to do with Summer, but somebody he knows did. So, like, bro, if I thought that, well, I'm gonna be all up in your business. Know what I mean? I'm gonna be all up in your business. Be tracking shit down and be tracking every person you ever had any fucking contact with down that might have my goddamn daughter. Know what I mean? I mean, she herself's come out and clearly stated she doesn't think Dawn had anything to do with, but somebody he knows did, etc. So the fuck if I ain't gonna be all up in your business. Sorry. Not sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean
It's
that.
like he don't get in my phone, I don't get in his phone.
Oh, well. You mean to tell me you all keep them damn things locked up? You don't just leave them on the table where you can pick them up?
No, mine's not locked up. It's sitting in kind of for them to open, but we just don't do each other like that.
Right. Oh.
I skipped over.
We just don't do each other like that. But both of you throwing each other under the bus sus. Just sharing you don't. No, I don't think he had any to, but also Don's a problem, but maybe he did. I can't say. And, well, I definitely think somebody knows did it. And I don't want to go ask questions of people because I'm afraid they'll get mad. Fuck you mean? We don't do each other like that. Fuck, I wouldn't do each other like what? Bitch, please. Come on. I'm gonna be all up in your business. Husband, friend, acquaintance, etc. Blah blah. No. No. I mean, if I thought my spouse knew the person or persons responsible for taking my child, I'm gonna be all up in your business. Whether prior to that or not, you do each other that way or not. Fuck you mean? Well, we don't do each other like that. No, you just accuse each other, go, I have 7 alibis and a Starlink, and you're going down. The other one's like, I have problems with Dawn. Dawn might. I don't know. Well, I definitely think it's somebody Dawn knew. Oh, but wait, it's a predator. 99.9.9.9. Oh, but it must be the predators that live a mile from us, as opposed to all the ones you had visiting the fucking hill for all the years. You make it make sense. Either way, I'm gonna be up your ass. Right? Imagine being so sus of one another. You're like, I think it's somebody they know. And then be like, we don't do each other way. Oh, no, no.
that Tim and Benny were involved in some bullshit and she's trying to stay out of it. She said that they're acting a fool and she's not dealing with it. And then they discussed money. Ernie said that he thinks that Tim and Benny are just trying to make money off of Summer. And Candace said, well, who the hell ain't? But Ernie assured her that he isn't. Candace said, all the YouTubers are, which I felt like was her trying to cover her ass since she's dealing with it. And then they discussed money. Ernie said that he thinks that Tim and Benny are just trying to make money off of Summer. And
oh, the Ernie Mullen BK fight. Bless them all. With the stupid phone book. Whatever. Oh, and he wasn't going to do whatever, blah, blah. But, well, you know.
And Candace said, well, who the hell ain't? But Ernie assured her that he isn't. Candace said, all the YouTubers are, which I felt like was her trying to cover her ass since she's made plenty of money off of Summer's name.
And I hate to be like this, but get this. Summer's her daughter. People want to give them, so be it. That's their choices. But get this. Y'all are really random assholes, such and whatnot. You always be like the creators deserve to make money. Hashtag Summer Wells. Right? You know, like, oh, it's the weirdest shit. You random weirdos out here. Building your channels, your livelihoods, your craft money, house money, your free laptop, all this other shit. And then anybody else who's actually realer, and you're like, oh, how tasteless. Once again, I ask, who the fuck are you people? Y'all wild out there.
Anyway, they moved on, and Ernie brought up the search again and how he wants to help Candace, but Candace shut him down again by saying, quote, just don't bring them on my property, end quote. Ernie even said that he'd be in Tennessee soon and wanted to meet up with her, and she danced around that real quick. She's busy, and she said that she, quote, can't not go do what I got to do, end quote. That's where Ernie moved on and brought up her abduction theory. She said that she's 99.99% sure that a predator took her daughter and ran far, far away. There's no possible way at all that Summer could be on the 11 acres around their house. Again, the only way that she could be that sure is if she really knows what really happened to Summer and where Summer is right now, today. In my opinion, allegedly, Candace was very clear that she never said,
No. Don't get me started on the police even say all possibilities are on the table. And they aren't entirely discounting the abduction or kidnapping or however they phrase it thing. I don't know. I just know even for me, I work all possibilities So, but y'all being so dead set, boy, I don't know. Whatever. It's always something.
That anyone came into her basement. As she made it clear, she doesn't know what Dawn thinks about what allegedly happened this summer. You know, the child that Dawn and Candace created together that's missing. Because she doesn't get in his business and he doesn't get in.
No, this is BS. For a fact that she doesn't know what Dawn thinks. Pretty sure y'all can see why that is for yourselves. From, well, the almost third week PG'd up interview with both of them and their shocked face at what Dawn says and all these other things. And clearly she watches tubes and all that other crap. And, they're in the same house as Dawn's talking about all the things. And Candace always in the background yelling at somebody. I just, whatever.
Hers. I mean, WTAF. She really wants us to believe that she and Dawn don't talk about Summer. Really? Candace really wants us to believe that they don't discuss their missing 5-year-old child. Bullshit. Bullshit. I love how she also allegedly lied about looking at Dawn's phone. I'm not getting into the phone bullshit in this video, but Candace got off the piano right after that because she said that her phone was at 2%. So Ernie kept on going with his stream. He played a clip of a phone call that he had with Dawn Wells before he went to jail. Candace was in the chat listening. Let's watch some of that before we end this video. Now, I have a few things that I would like to share about what Dawn said, and trust me when I say, if you have not heard this yet, don't leave now. The stuff that Dawn said literally made me sick. Trigger warning, for sure. I cannot believe a father would say this disgusting shit about their own missing child, or any child at all. You're about to be triggered. Please make sure that you're sitting down.
I wish that he could be, if it was some, it's gotta be a predator. Only a predator would come up here and take our daughter.
Once again, predator. Him and Candace both. They are certain it's a predator. Right. Right. One of, that type of on the list type. So why are there so many of us from that community that they've falsely thrown this shit on? Tried to make look sus that aren't any variety of that fucking type. They've even tried to make certain shit in newspapers on certain people look certain ways that aren't anything remotely like that. Like, they try to make them look like types of predators and then sus. I don't know, man. Like, what about my daughter when Candace knew she's being recorded and it would be put out as a way to attack me and my children? And Don B played a clip, to target me at one point. He was real pissed at me. That happens every now and then. But Candace is like, oh yeah, our daughter's super sus because she wears the war paint and makeup and all that. Trying to make it look like I did or sold or whatever, and my own daughter was whatever, and the group around them also try to make my very minor child Tom look sus or something to do with Summer. Like, the fuck? But yeah, here are two grown adults this time period going, I have to be a predator, at the top on this. Okay, where do any of the rest of us are trying? We're not even remotely predators. Not even remotely. Nor half the people they inserted this falsely and fucked with and threw shit at. But tried to make look like that type of predator or those type of people. Even minor children and shit. The fuck? Even shit they knew and initially confirmed wasn't true about my son, this, the other. And Jenna even proved wasn't true. And then Candace and them and all the others and KM and whatever run off the fucking shit along with Twacker bitch, Amy Tate and Sanchez that came the fuck out at the vigil hanging out with her other minor kids days before they were taken, twitching at the vigil. And all this shit that came from Squall's goddamn groups. The falsely target get like, dude. Now this is after Squall, after this one asks me to put her on my copy on Facebook. And the blackmail shit there that occurred. You know what I mean?
There's just not gonna be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation. 90% of the time, when someone takes a little girl or whatever, or even is for 90.
And seriously, they did all that shit. It's like Annabelle and Dynamite. His monster was like, oh yeah, go watch their channels. They hammer down Jeff be real good, because he couldn't quite do it the order thing. So he's like, yeah, go watch them. And they were trying to insinuate little heads on it. Dude! And then doing all kinds of crazy shit to her. But yeah, Monster's like, yeah, go listen to them that are targeting my children, my minor daughter. Talking shit, voting on her name for cash apps, making her look. They literally said we all heard them. Annabelle and Dinah over there going, maybe they're covering for little and, looks like her mom, acts like her mom, has her ears like. And the thing about that comment was, I knew only Monster could have known that at that point. And he knew it from court. Where he overheard me talking to the court clerk about little. And so I know that's who fed that to fucking Annabelle. So, yep. Anyway, but yeah. And Slim Dummy's advertising Monster was advertising those. They were doing that. Those people were circled around C&D, and Annabelle and them were some of the ones that got the golden ticket for doing all that to myself and my children. And got the golden ticket to 110 and 125 right after that. Odd, isn't it? No, it's not.
Percent of the time is because they're predators. So it's just not good. Somebody has hurt her, like our daughter. It's just not gonna.
Trigger warning, for sure. I cannot believe a father would say this disgusting shit about their own missing child, or any child at all, you're about to be triggered. Please make sure that you're sitting down.
I wish that the thing, if there was some, and it's gotta be a predator, only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not gonna be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation. 90% of the time when...
Now, I've heard portions of this. Obviously. He's like, oh, Summer, I just want to save you from a bad situation. As a predator, that's their, MO, and that is indeed a lot of, how that type fucking thinks. They're all like, I don't know, they're fucking twisted individuals, but psychology says they use that in their own heads a lot to be like, yeah, but then they go do the worst fucking things, and I think we all get it. Okay, but it's something they do. Somehow think they're doing or say they're doing right, but they do indeed pick children from lifestyles, homes, parenting, etc. like that. They do target them, but then somehow on their side of their heads they think they're saving these children. Then, yeah, I'm just, I can sit down inside of the heads of many beasties in the world, right? But that type is one that just disgusts the fuck out of me to try to sit down and try to think like in order to, and I don't think any of us have to, and I just, my soul has a hard time trying to do that. But psychology and all these other stats and things and mind hunters and that type had true predators figured out for a very long time, and that is something they indeed do. I don't know, man. Anyway.
Someone takes a little girl or whatever.
About their own missing child, or
again.
any child at all, you're about to be triggered. Please make sure that you're sitting down.
I wish that the thing, if there was some, and it's gotta be a predator, only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not gonna be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation.
And like many of you pointed out, that does imply he thinks it's or is it minute? What is it? What is it? I'm right here. What is it? What? My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. Which one of you's yelling? Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey. 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 Number 5. What? What is it? Are you heckin' scared or something? Huh? Oh, no, 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 not the kitty bag. You can't have that yet. I'm sorry. Well, you can't have that yet. I'm so sorry. Your little bellies won't tolerate that. No? Mm-mm. And your mama says it's time to start cutting down. She's right there. Is that why you're mad? You're yelling at her, trying to get her to come down. I'm sorry. She says she's timing y'all out on feeding schedules. They're heckin' mad. She's working on moving them out further and further. And she just left them to overlord them here, and they're having fits, as you can see.
90% of the time when someone takes a little girl or whatever, and it's gotta be a predator, only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not gonna be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation.
What bad situation, bro? I think many have pointed that out. I'll leave it at
90%
that.
of the time when someone takes a little girl or whatever, or even, 90% of the time is because they're predators. So it's just not good. Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her. Let's be realistic.
See, I remember this hitting sort of that clip, and it's sort of hitting the airwaves around here. They're at least hearing it and whatever at a certain point around here. And how it's always made airwaves, but yeah, first night in a row, Dawn basically said the same to me to my face. Sort of how I found myself sort of here in ways too. He was certain she was dead or gone. No real emotion behind it. Shoulder shrugs, you know, type thing. I asked him to please give her a chance. It's only been a couple hours, just to give her a chance. But as she's gone, that type of thing, it's like, fuck, man. But it's like, man, we both know if she can get away or something or whatever, she can fly like the wind. You know, she's scrappy. Just, man, give her a chance. Give her a chance. He's like, meh. No real emotion or anything, but
this ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure, YouTube and the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence and they probably killed her.
see, it's right there. I'm like, fuck. So he's implying that she's been taken, she's been kept somewhere for all that time, but because of TV and YouTube and social media, I guess, they came to and have played with and done all things and the attention on her. But they came to social media to get help for their daughter. They had done interviews at the media center they're implying all that they came out to do in order to help find their daughter has actually been used or reasoned out by a predator, and I don't know why say that way, right? It's like he's insinuating she's been held somewhere until attention by social media and TV, which they came to help them by blowing social media and YouTube. Instead of the feds and everybody right in front of their faces. But they came out to get, whatever. And then that's the reason, and saying that they wanted to get rid of evidence, and they probably killed her. He's implying somebody has held her, but then killed her because of YouTube and this attention. Get rid of evidence. Some weird shit to say, bro. Now, if you go all the way back in the Bobo interviews, you'll hear him initially saying his theory is that somebody from social media, right, is responsible, as in like somebody seen her or Candace's Facebooks, these, that, and the other, whatever, and somehow targeted Summer and got her, etc. That was really his first theories, I guess, which I wasn't aware of until way later. But so it's weird that Harry says that type of shit, like, you know what I mean? Considering where his mom was first apparently at in Bobo interviews. I don't get it. It's just strange. But okay, whatever, right?
I mean, let's be realistic.
Okay, be prepared.
I mean, yeah, let's be realistic. That's a possibility. Yeah. It really is. What if you had some random asshole who was looking at property for sale advertised out of state areas mostly online, as is where is? They did a Google search to figure out who all the neighbors and all the people were. They come up on that name, they go to their social media accounts, they see Facebook for Summer, Candace, etc., all the shit. They latch on to Summer, they come their asses here. It's not that far out of realm. I mean, predators use social media to hunt down. Obviously, because, I mean, hell, look at Chris Hansen for years. And that was fucking eons ago. Obviously, predators do use social media to hunt. So, and hell, maybe one of the fucking crazies around Roses stopped for something, latched onto the family for years or some shit, right? Had some woo-woo thought because of the bullshit behind those Black Lisa Cage. And especially with what? The anniversary, year and a half, 2 years before, right as it coincided as Grand just made the firm move here. But when they brought attention on Roses for what, the 10-year anniversary, maybe somebody fucking woo-woo that had been following that case for decades with Rose thought, oh my god, was latched onto the family in that way. Thought, oh my god, it's a little girl, it's been born, blah, blah, blah. maybe some nut bag from around Rose's case, and the attention is shined back on it right before, leading up. Maybe one of them asshole nutters, true crime, and others who've been following it for years on here, maybe they set off some shit because of bullshit they put out. Right? And then got the wrong person at some point who came across Rose's stuff online to look towards and then find the social media accounts of Dawn, Candace, Summer, etc. The boys. They latched on and came here. I mean, you can't say it's not a possibility.
Because I'm about to let some F-bombs fly here because the nerve of this disgusting piece of shit. How can he love his daughter so much and say those nasty, disgusting words about her? So let's start with the order in which Don Wells said what he said. He starts out saying that only a predator could come up there and take their daughter. He knows that it's not some kind-hearted person.
I mean, say a predator, he said only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not going to be somebody like, oh, love, Summer is going to save you from a bad situation. I guess in finding somebody, it's, I don't know, gonna raise her somewhere, somehow, without her ever being able to live a normal life, but take her to Disney World or some shit, I don't know.
And who wanted to save Summer from what he himself called a bad situation. I'd love for Don to explain how Summer was in a bad situation. I mean, I have my thoughts, but I would really enjoy if Don would be honest with himself. Then he proceeded to lie and say that 90% of the time when a child is missing or taken, it's a predator. That's bullshit. 90% of the time.
Well, enhanced, I can't remember when this was made. I know he said similar to what CM, others, etc. Basically, after a few days in, before even the WJHL interview, you have PG involved doing the script writing and shit, and mimicking the language of the hillbilly sicko junkie shit. And her, J4, Share, the rest, the We Can Leave You Hopeless, the idea for marathon and fraudulently raising funds while telling the public one reason also your nonsensical shit. You have all that formulating and brewing in the background. You have him and the crack run bullshit and the boys being taken at the same time thing run through it, Mark. You have the WJHL interview. You have all these things rolling. So really, depends on the timing of certain things said, but you know, when I hear things that go back into the first days that are similar to what I hear from them in person, especially in the first few hours that Summer vanished, that are in things that I then became aware of later, like the Bobo interviews and all that, for PG and rest, really had super claws in. So some things, even though I know they've been fucked with her, I know they have origins. You know what I mean? And they start out one way and they're real tight, and then eventually they're whatever, not hearing by however many people, but I can go back and hear the things that existed in the first minutes, hours, days, except for true and extreme insertion began. And fairy telling and weaving and creators and all that I then became aware of, even some of it not very long ago, and have been able to start piecing it. So, it's the reason sometimes I put a little bit more emphasis or things on stuff I find it, because I can trace back sort of origins and start points. Otherwise, I'd be like, because there's a whole lot of shit right here. I'm like, fuck that. That's full on tragedy event bullshit, garbage, gameplay, and whatever, And then there are things I can hear and trace back to origin points and things. Yeah. Now that I, sometimes seek out things like this and or come across them, and I still have no idea how the fuck I ended up here. But I did. And I'm pretty sure it was by keyword search. It was interesting.
The dumbass who was related to the child. Don Wells is a fucking piece of shit. His next few words made me really yell out loud.
And really, I'm gonna go back. You know what? No, I'm not. But I'm, it's just gonna keep these pieces just downloaded. But the reason I'm placing them here today is because I think at certain points, maybe they'll matter.
First he says someone has hurt her. He says it as a matter of fact. Like he fucking knows. But then he adds, probably sexually. Probably sexually? Before June 15th, right, Don? Right? How fucking dare you? You piece of shit. I cannot understand how a father of any child, let alone a missing child, could say that their own child, quote, maybe beating the fuck out of her. You gross fucker. Let's be realistic, Don. Let's be fucking realistic. How about you be fucking honest, Don? How about that? Okay, break time for me. I need to calm down before I say more.
I don't know why any of you in true crime would find that. I know him saying it. How they're mad today. Bless their hearts. Anyway, I get it. I don't know how he says it. First, I just thought, Don's Don. Like, Fred's Fred, and everybody else is whatever the fuck, And more base, obviously a predator of his own. He has an easier time saying that, of course. I couldn't, but the thing is that it's like, look at the last few cases that these tragic pimps have latched onto in the last week or two. Tried to. Is Dawn really wrong? No. But also, generally speaking, statistically speaking, children are indeed usually taken by someone's family, related, or knows them. The thing is, that will generally include predators that they have in their realm, much like several of the children in the past week or two. And that is indeed what happens to, if it's not familial and custody related or something like that, and kids found in a little bit, and usually most Amber Alerts things you see are ones for children who have been taken by non-custodial parents, that type of shit, you know what I mean? That's usually what most are. Within a few hours, a day or two, a little while, they have the child found, and such. No harm, no anything like that. The other few percent are people around the parents, predators, and they do exactly what we've seen happen last week. It's generally how those stats work. What you have here, though, is Dawn, who is, well, probably places pretty high on the scales, and is what he is, let's be real, in his own right, and makes excuses for it, but to him, it would probably not bother him to say things like that. You know what I mean? And so, there's that. He enhanced, he does, and he is, but that's the only thing I find odd about it. I mean, I can't say it in that way. I hate to say it. It always really fucked with me. I really expected him to kill Candace. And anybody, everybody up on that fucking hill, especially as soon as cops left. I was terrified for them, but luckily it stayed for days on end, and the cop was placed in there. That's why I was so goddamn terrified the night the gunshots rang out in this air, and I was like, oh shit, he's just killed them all. I kept waiting for another one because that type and cowards generally finish it by offing themselves, kept waiting for that last. But anyway. But I really did. I really expected him to kill fucking Candace. That's why in that road then I was like, man, don't hurt her, bro. Like, don't kill her. I mean, he was so certain. Even though he's like, oh, I can't see her. Even though they couldn't have clearly, what you know now, all the phone calls in between, them being separate, couldn't have really, he just somehow, it was so fucking weird. Everything was weird. Body movement online, the head tilt in the darkness when he said it, the tone. It's like, man, bro, this is a guy I've seen rage and fury that Candace had simply had Summer after he's and the same line then too is basically how dare her have my daughter, blah blah. She slept in my arms every night. And then comes June 15th, and I also hear how Summer slept in his arms every night. I'll let that skip by because obviously Utah had happened at that point. I was like, hey, it's just Summer's dad. Obviously, he's just thinking about everything. You can't be that analytical and break that shit down. Just don't. But it just weirded me the fuck out, man. Anyway, it still does. It's like, man, for a dude who used the same lines June 15th as he did when Candace would have Summer and wife and whatever, and in an absolute fury and mentioned Summer first, then include the boys last back. Oh yeah, the boys. He should have been just And even, like, knowing him, it's like, man, whether Candace did or did not have any involvement, he's gonna kill her ass because, well, guess who was supposed to have eyes on her, right? I really expected Don to kill her no matter what. Really did. That he's not still shocks the shit out of me. But I'm sure she's. It's one of those things I can't quite make fun of. It's just that head tilt to the left. Or something about the tone. You had to be there, man.
Whew. I apologize for my F-bombs. That part just pissed me off so bad. And I didn't realize how much until I listened again just now. That's only the second time that I've heard it, and I never want to.
This might sound crazy, but if you suffer from allergies that cause sneezing, congestion, itchiness, or interrupt your sleep, then you need to stop soaking your bed sheets in hot water every week.
I want to hear it again. That clip ended with Don.
I was like, did I just hear what I thought I heard off of that stupid commercial? Whatever. I don't know who does that anymore, but alright.
And blaming all of the awareness of summer by all of the YouTube channels and TV shows like Dr. Phil as the possible reason that his own child could be deceased. He wants us to believe that this random predator snuck up on the Wells Mountain all the way up to their house, grabbed Summer, and ran far, far away. This predator hurt Summer physically and sexually. But then when they saw all of the coverage and awareness that Summer Wells has gotten on TV and YouTube, they needed to get rid of the evidence, so they killed her. That really makes total sense, right? Are you fucking kidding me? That's what.
I remember these are people that ran to YouTube and started playing games with them and shit instantly in order to help find somewhere, and they came out with false bullshit like no roadblocks, no this, no that. Shit to fuck up with, and whatever. I don't know what the reasons were. They said it's to help Summer, but then later on blame it. It has that flavor of going, oh, big bad YouTubers, but wait, we're actually in contact with them and setting up half this shit that way. Then they can say to real media on rare occasions, oh, but they did XYZ. I don't know, man.
One hell of the story. It seems well thought out by a dumbass or two or three. Again, this supports my theory of June 15th being planned well before June 15th. It's all part of a scripted plan, in my opinion, allegedly. That video is in the works. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? Please tell me how you're feeling after hearing just that one part. Go ahead and pause the video and type your comment, because we're about to hear more insightful words from this piece of shit dumbass. You ready? Let's roll it.
The only hope we have is in Christ. That's it. You know, beautiful. She's a beautiful little girl.
No. No. They can do whatever they want. It's magical religious bullshit that appeared after summer. Me, I'm gonna stick with the feds. Stick with the goddamn feds. I'll stick with those guys and local surrounding agencies.
Oh man, I mean, it's very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Ah, and here's the part that really all of this is about. That I heard. And I may have heard it in the way back. I think I have, but see, today it hit ears different. And it's something the last few days I've been sort of thinking about. And I asked one about, because I don't know of any photos. And I know I can't reach out to others because I don't want to cross-contaminate or get. Some others I think are full of shit around everything. So I don't want to fuck with certain folks. But, no real answers there, so. When I hear this morning, it hits my ears different because it's something, I've been thinking about recently, so it's probably why it hit my ears for the first time the way it did. Other times I hadn't thought anything really about it. But it's this part, really.
Piece of shit, dumbass. You ready? Let's roll it.
The only hope we have is in Christ. That's it. You know, beautiful. She's a beautiful little girl, man. Yeah, I mean, she's very beautiful. Very beautiful. You know, what's strange is she looks like my sister. She looks so much like my sister. That one picture of her where she was in my, I had an old 83 Ford black truck. And she was, me and her, I always took her to the store. Like if we went to the store for something, I said, "Summer, you want to go?" She's like, "Yeah, let's go."
That's the thing. Not until she was a certain age and was swapped out for the other favorite. But yeah. I remember her seeing her many days as we were, going back and forth. You'd see her little head. She's riding out with Dawn. I always kept one or took one. But,
Piece of shit, dumbass. You ready? Let's roll it.
The only hope we have is in Christ. That's it. You know, beautiful. She's a beautiful little girl, man. Yeah, I mean, she's very beautiful. Very beautiful. You know, what's strange is she looks like my sister. She looks so much like my sister. That one picture of her where she was in my, I had an old 83 chocolate. She had that dirty face, so she could have had the funny little look, you know. Then you've probably seen that picture, but she looks just like my sister. It's so weird. She looks just like my real sister, Sonya.
Sonya.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She looks just like my sister. Oh, man. I love her with all my heart, bro. I don't know why. So, oh, gosh.
Is that, I don't, see, Don, let me just show you how much I don't know about anything but what you just said. Because you said sister. You didn't know that, he had said that? You didn't know that, Candace? He had said that?
How can Dawn?
Candace she got off the panel, dropped down in chat. And I don't know if she just explained that or if that's another piece, but I heard that somewhere. But anyway, Candace during that period's like, what the fuck in chat, you know. Anyway, thing is, I think there's what, a 2-year difference between Dawn and Sonya. Two, 3 years. Something like that. I wonder around the age 5 and 6, let's say. She looked much like Dawn. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Same features as Dawn, as at least 3 of the 4. Because one looks more like Candace than the other 3, but I wonder. I wonder what Jeannie looked like at the age of 5 and 6. Of course, there's Step, but, you know, a lot of kids around the age of 5 or 6, blonde head, you know, fair skin, blonde. A lot of kids throughout those stages and ages of life till they get older than they darker hairs. I know I myself was very bright blondes until poof overnight it was like jet black. You know. My brother was the same. Just anyway.
Share these happy memories of summer and say how much he loves her in the same conversation where he says someone probably beat her, essayed her, and killed her to hide the evidence. How? How can he do that? Don referred to this picture of Summer making a funny face, and she looked like his sister Sonia, the sister that he didn't essay for 7 years when she was 5 years old and he was 12 years old. Not that sister, but Sonia. Sonia is the only sibling out of like 7 or 9 siblings that still speak to Dawn. I'm not sure what about this part made Candace say WTF though. Let's listen to the next clip now.
Then you got something to lose then, bro. But listen to what I'm saying. But I don't have nothing to lose. I lost 2 of the biggest builders that we have because of people sending my boss.
Referred to this picture of Summer.
And then, of course, you have this upcoming change and swap in stores.
Making a funny face, and she looked like his sister Sonia, the sister that he didn't essay for 7 years when she was 5 years old and he was 12 years old. Not that sister, but Sonia. Sonia is the only sibling out of like 7 or 9 siblings that still speak to Dawn. I'm not sure what about this part made Candace say WTF though. Let's listen to the next clip now.
Then you got something to lose then, bro. But listen to what I'm saying. But I don't have nothing to lose. I lost 2 of the biggest builders that we have.
And then he says, I don't have nothing else to lose. I lost 2 of the biggest builders that we have. Because of people sending my boss, his wife, on her Facebook account, some of the most.
Because of people sending my boss wife on her Facebook account some of the most horrific stuff that you can even possibly imagine. That's bullshit. You know, the most important thing you've lost right now is your daughter, Mom. Well, okay, even if my daughter comes back, I no longer have a job. I'm a nobody no more.
And that was the first this morning I'd ever heard of. Okay then. Doesn't surprise me any though.
Made Candace.
But there's another version of it. Before it was one thing, and it's because they showed up at the job place. It's not quite, Now it's that they sent the boss's wife stuff, and that's the reason he lost the job. Whatever.
Say WTF though. Let's listen to the.
But he's like, I ain't got nothing else to lose. I lost 2 of the biggest builders we had. And I gotta tell you, in a couple days, I know this place, once we came here, they were like, oh, we went back to work in a couple days. He's sort of cutting, as you can hear in the Bobo interviews. He's like, I can't keep him on it. It's there, blah, blah, blah. But he was already back at work. But he was trying almost instantly to go back to work. It's like, what the fuck? Bro. Eh? So, and he did. But then, and he was just fine with it. But the Bobo, and he was like, oh yeah, it is hard to keep my mind on it, blah, blah. Whatever, but he was really like, man, I need to get back to work. Like, almost instantly type things. Whatever.
The next clip now.
Then you got something to lose then, bro. But listen to what I'm saying. But I don't have nothing to lose. I lost 2 of the biggest builders that we have because of people sending my boss wife on her
out some of the most horrific stuff that you can even possibly imagine. That's bullshit.
You know, the most important thing you've lost right now is your daughter, Bob.
Well, okay, even if my daughter comes back, I no longer have a job. I'm a nobody no more.
Don's complaining about losing his job due to the heels on the ground. You know, the people that he says that he hates, but he talked to on the phone nonstop for hours. Check out the video right before this one if you need proof. Don said he has nothing to lose now. Obviously, he's forgotten his 3 youngest sons, his other 2 children, his wife, his 1 sister that he still talks to, and he's either lost all hope of finding Summer, or he knows for a fact that Summer is deceased. I believe he knows for a fact that she's deceased. But what do you think? Anyway, he's having a pity party of 1 while he's talking to Ernie here. He brought up the people sent stuff to his boss's wife. Quote, some of the most horrific stuff that you can even possibly imagine, end quote. But after hearing how he just described what he believes happened to his daughter, what he believes his daughter just went through in her last moments of her life, I can't imagine anything more horrific than that. I have no.
And mind you, at this weird ass point in time with the MGL bullshittery job site, Dawn obviously talking, tuning in connection with MGL, all them, but then later blaming them for all, whatever, entirely. You also have Dudley fucking around behind the scenes and directing MGL and all them and telling them where to go and it's there. But also you have a Linda, associated with Tucker, all in the mix too. You have all kinds of fuckery occurring. But Dudley most certainly riding around with him at that point. And I was unaware of that until recently. Yeah, looks like a whole bunch of fucking weirdness, bro. Oh, what the hell everybody else around everything is done. Yeah, that's the job. Like, why? What would you take? I don't know. All these motherfuckers always playing games with these fucking tragedy events. Monster, Dudley's escorting around fucking town playing super spy. Those 2, whatever, playing with the fucking tragedy events too. Fred playing. I don't know, man. A whole bunch of them's all fucked up. Just like whatever, dude. Whatever.
Idea what was sent to his boss's wife, but it makes me wonder how much of it was really true. And I don't know a whole lot about Ernie, but I can say that's pretty freaking bad when Ernie Shell had to remind Don Wells that the most important thing he's lost is his daughter. That's sad. Don didn't say, you're right, Ernie. She is the most important. You're right. Nope. He continued with his pity party and said he's a nobody now that he doesn't have a job. I wonder what he thinks of himself having no job and being in jail now. Has he hit his rock bottom yet? What do you think?
You, me, everybody, we
Satan got my daughter, some evil spirit, whatever took my daughter, you know that what we do of angels,
You know that. So we do have angels. If my daughter's dead, there's a guaranteed spot to resurrect and a lot of gold, a lot of gold.
And that's worth a lot of gold.
he said similar to Bobo, obviously.
A lot of gold.
What exactly does that mean? I have my own personal relationship with Jesus. I absolutely believe in angels and spirits. But when you have lines, you don't want makeup sinking into them. You don't want it to sit in any kind of texture of this very
I don't know how my algorithms got jacked by makeup today. Apparently my algorithms know nothing about me.
confused by this guaranteed spot in the resurrection being worth a lot of gold. Is this some reference to Bible verses that I'm not aware of? I picture gold as the divine. The shine of gold is bright and pure and strong. Is Don speaking of gold like that? Or in monetary value? If Don is making a reference in a spiritual sense, please help me understand this, because if not, and he's meaning monetary value, that's a whole different concern.
Trigger warning, here goes, ready?
Well, that day, when I got home, planted those cactuses or whatever they were. So I can't imagine.
That day when I got home, they already planted those cactuses. Whatever.
Can't imagine the sorry bastard to come up here and took her.
That's a whole different concern.
Trigger warning, here it goes, ready?
Well, that day, that day, when I got home, planted those cactuses or whatever they were. So I can't imagine the sorry bastard to come up here and
I can't figure out why starts with, well, that day, when I got home, they already planted those cactus or whatever. Then he goes, I can't imagine some sorry bastard that come up here and took her. That's a weird fucking segue, but maybe it's out of context. Maybe something was said prior that makes those two and was left out. And it just looks weird if it's out of context. I don't know. Easier to eat, create narratives with that way. Go, and I don't want to be doing none of that. But so I don't know how that begins. I would assume there'd have to be a part before that, though. Surely it just doesn't come straight out of the gates talking about, well, on that day, they're already planting cactuses, blah, blah. Okay. You know what I mean? I assume there's a portion cut out somewhere. But it looks weird if you just look, So I think that's probably the case. So I'm not going to pick at that.
took her out of our face, or,
So it seems that Ernie was telling Candace the truth when he said, Dawn said someone came in the basement and took Summer on June 15th. I'm betting that that was the original script that they started out with, but changed that to Summer must have snuck out and nobody came in their basement. I disagree with Ernie about him saying that Don told on himself, though. I don't believe anyone snuck up to the basement, the house, or whatever. That's just my thoughts. Okay, so let's recap everything really quick that we talked about in this video, because we talked about a lot during the last hour. First, the 4 pieces of this puzzle. The necklaces, no searching on the Wells property, no evidence, and a lawyer. I showed everything that I could about the necklaces, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you think. The other 3 pieces of this puzzle fit so well together. No searching. Candace made it perfectly clear she was not interested in helping in any ground searches. Candace repeatedly stated no searching would be done on the Wells' 11-acre property. Candace even promised nothing would be found on her property. Let's be real though. If we go with the abduction theory that Don and Candace want us all to believe so bad, how could Candace be so sure enough to promise that there's nothing on her property related to Summer's disappearance? How can Candace say she's 99.99% sure Summer was abducted by a predator, but be so positive that that predator didn't leave any evidence during the alleged abduction? Which leads us to our third puzzle piece. No evidence. The only way that...
Well, by that date and time, you see, if they had, then how in the fuck would anybody know it from one thing from the other? Because, I mean, tragedy pimps, tweakers, squall scent assholes, others, etc., hanging out, they imitate Sanchez, blah, 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 the fuckery. How in the hell would you know what was left behind by somebody else's there? How in the fuck would you tell one thing from another, or whatever, you know what I mean? And that long after, like, and that many people touching and fucking around and sack potato fucking races and stupid tragedy pimp bullshit and tweakers out the ass and the squall scent. You gotta get in there and do the house and redo everything and all the shit scattered and whatever. And, you know, how in the hell would y'all know? What the fuck? And how would anybody that was tragedy pimp be able to recognize what was evidence and what was not, or assign a clue versus other things? See, that would have been impossible. It still is, really, for any of y'all. It's fucking stupid. It was always stupid to begin with these people. Especially once you have an influx of people coming in immediately after the tent's down, they're able to come and bring all this bullshit. You know? You have no way of knowing what's what. And no tragedy pimp could tell what is evidence versus or predator versus or whatever else. So that's how stupid this has always been. Only LA anyway, and feds could tell. And now I don't even know. With all the tragedy pimps that have been searching, they're touching ground in all the places and having access to golden tickets to that type of shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
Don and Candace can be so sure that there's no evidence that will be found is that Don and Candace know for a fact what really happened to Summer Wells on June 15th, 2021. Oh.
Or maybe people are pretty certain because they've had circuses come through as soon as they were able. For everything's sort of in doubt after that. Huh? Anything's a possibility, eh? Anyway, this is sort of where I began this morning. This is the first one I watched. And then I went through links to get to the other two pieces that were way below the wish list and the juggalogs and the whatevers. I mean, they're way down on all the things in the description for the, yeah, it's fine. Anyway, and the Patreons, whatever it is. Anyway, so this is where I started at, though. And then I'll let the others, so I'll let this one play, I guess. Now, this is a refresher. It was reprocessed and put out just 3 short months ago, instead of during time periods like the other ones for 2 years ago and a year ago. This one's 3 months ago. So anyway, this is where I started this morning. And then the other two.
He played a clip of a phone call that he had with Don Wells before he went to jail. Candace was in the chat listening. Now, I have a few things that I would like to share about what Don said, and trust me when I say, if you have not heard this yet, don't leave now. The stuff that Don said, literally, when I say, if you have not before he went to jail.
So this is April 22. This is the last piece. Okay, so she did her piece because she's revisiting. So hers was done April 22.
Candace was in the chat listening. Now, I have a few things that I would like to share about what Don said, and trust me when I say, if you have not heard this yet, don't leave now. The stuff that Don said literally made me sick. Trigger warning.
So she's saying it's clip from 4/3/22.
For sure. I cannot believe a father would say this disgusting shit about their own missing child, or any child at all. You're about to be triggered. Please make sure that you're sitting down.
I wish that the thing, you know, if there,
And I think it's in here, but just in case it's not, a little bit ago, you know, she made mention that Candace in chat said, "What the fuck?" In relation to Ernie going, "What, you've never heard this before?" When he played her the call, and she'd already dropped off with him and was back down in chat. It kind of reminds me of when she was it was daylight. Her and Ernie were on together, and she pretends it's the first time she ever heard of Dawn in the shower thing. Though we all know that wasn't true, and she was all pretending to be. If I ever knew about that, I'd kill him so mad right now. Dude, no, it's almost as good of an acting job as Jenny does around here and the rest. Not quite, though.
if there was some, you know, and it's got to be a predator. Only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not going to be somebody like, oh, well, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation. 90% of the time, when someone takes a little girl or whatever, or boy even, it's for 90% of the time it's because they're predators. So it's just not good. Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her. Let's be realistic. This ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure and YouTube and the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence, so they probably killed her. I mean, let's be realistic.
Okay, be prepared because I'm about to let some F-bombs fly here because the nerve of this disgusting piece of shit. How can he love his daughter so much and say those nasty, disgusting words about her? So let's start with the order in which Don Wells said what he said. He starts out saying that only a predator could come up there and take their daughter. He knows that it's not some kind-hearted person who wanted to save Summer from what he himself called a bad situation. I'd love for Don to explain how Summer was in a bad situation. I mean, I have my thoughts, but I will really enjoy if Don would be honest with himself. Then he proceeded to lie and say that 90% of the time when a child is missing or taken, it's a predator. That's bullshit. 90% of the time, it's a dumbass who is related to the child. Don Wells is a fucking piece of shit. His next few words made me really yell out loud. First he says someone has hurt her. He says it as a matter of fact. Like he fucking knows. But then he adds, probably sexually. Probably sexually? Before June 15th, right, Don? Right? How fucking dare you? I cannot understand how a father of any child, let alone a missing child, could say that their own child, quote, maybe beating the fuck out of her.
Yeah, you can't imagine any of that, but you went through a hell of a lot of trouble to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photos gathered from across who knows where and what channels of Summer seemingly grabbing or groping herself and then invading where you could post all of those on screen while screaming at Dawn about it, but you could make sure to have Summer in those positions grabbing it. I guess you forgot to run the video from the church where she's doing similar thing, but either way, you can't imagine him thinking that, but you can go ahead and grab images that fit that and not vomit in your own mouth. Go seek those out and put those up somewhere. Which reminds me of the faux outrage running, right? It's pretty selective, isn't it? Boy, they lost their shit. They're full on shit. Christine 5 billion and Daisy Cow and all them and Carl for their fuckery with that phone call and hashtagging Hawkins County and TBI and FBI. Like, police departments didn't have it well before that, because guess what? It was actually called in law enforcement. But, faux outrage. But did they do that to this channel or the other channel? And they were all putting that on certain, whatever. Point is, even if I thought that or whatever, I think we all think things, obviously, but I'm not gonna go find all the photos of the Summer that look like or insinuate that and then plaster them across the screen. Well, saying, Dawn, you said whatever to give everybody what, a visual of that? This is called faux outrage, to lead people to be faux outraged and grab. It's manipulation, and if you can go seek out photos purposely, and that means you yourself are thinking, hey, what looks like or could be taken as this with this child, what positions that you also shit, means you're seeking that out and thinking that in your head, and then you have no problem going through all those trolled funnies images, putting them on screen to go with that. And him saying that, there are bounds here, man. It's not something I do. I mean, even say something out loud like that, you can do it in a more tasteful manner, I think, and not include photos. Not go home. That's not something I could do or would do, but whatever. It's what it is around here, I guess.
You gross fucker. Let's be realistic, Don. Let's be fucking realistic. How about you be fucking honest, Don? How about that? Okay, Break time for me. I need to calm down before I say more.
And then this place just gets super pissed off and have a fake drama around PG and Justin. Or no, I'm sorry. PG was pissed for it, but it was Justin and Cher that pulled similar horse shittery. And we're not going to show you the photos at the bottom, but trust us. And I don't even think they showed the photos or anything, but no, Dawn sent them via device and had y'all all tore the fuck up. Cher's like, I turned them in, but I can't show them because of. I hope that device is turning into feds, is it, man? You ain't touching any of their Wi-Fi or coming in and out of there and all sorts of shit and devices they have. Bro, I'm pretty sure feds would be getting all that shit off of, you think, or have in their reams and reams of data. No Justin or Cher needed, but then they couldn't show you things. Unlike their clickbait titles, and PG and the rest of this realm went with that shit, right? Then people ate them for all the shit. Then, I don't know. Just material and content, really. Even if it's serious, even if it really does turn out to be any of those things, y'all just be wilding the fuck out with shit, wildly and goddamn appropriate, and gross yourselves, honestly.
Whew. I apologize for my F-bombs. That part just pissed me off so bad. And I didn't realize how much until I listened again just now. That's only the second time that I've heard it, and I never want to hear it again. That clip ended with Don blaming all of the awareness of summer by all of the YouTube channels and TV shows, like Dr. Phil, as the possible reason that his own child could be deceased. He wants us to believe that this random predator snuck up on the Wells Mountain all the way up to their house, grabbed Summer, and ran far, far away. This predator hurt Summer physically and sexually. And when they saw all of the coverage and awareness that Summer Wells has gotten on TV and YouTube, they needed to get rid of the evidence, so they killed her. That really makes total sense, right? That's one hell of a story. It seems well thought out by a dumbass, or two, or three.
She has a picture of Don. During the moment I forget who he was interviewing with, but he's on there. Candace is pissed. He's looking at her with the I'm gonna beat your ass from my picture up in me face. Almost the same eyes he gives poor Timmy at the one vigil when Timmy's being a straight weirdo. It sounds like he's having a moment for Jesus. And Don's like, holy shit, you creepo. And he gives him the same eyes. You know. And then you know people and monsters and looks and they, just, you can see it going through their eyes. And this one over here is the moment. He definitely looks up at Candace that morning. He almost, like when you kids are wilding out and you give them the mom stare and you hoping the rest of the public can't tell you give them the mom stare. But I'm talking like a regular mom stare, okay? I'm not talking about nothing crazy. But you're like looking at them like, I raised you better. You know what I mean? Don't be wilding hell out. But abusers have a habit, or those who are violent in men, especially this year, but they'll have their own looks, you know. Monster has his, has his, but you can see it. And it's in a very different pointed manner, but remember when I watched this piece, and it wasn't that long ago I watched that piece either, but I do forget who in the fuck he was talking to that night. But he looks up at Candace, she's pissed off. Oh, it was Doug and Josh. Somebody else. Doug and Josh. Anyway, and he looks up at her like, because she's kind of raising hell in the background like she, does. And he gives her a look like, I'm gonna straight beat your fucking ass if you don't stop it or wait till I get off here. I know that look. Yeah, I know that look. When you know one, you sort of know them all. I know that look. But it's similar to the way he looked at Timmy, like he wanted to choke the shit out of him when he was being weird with Jesus. That one vigil, and I think really the only one John showed up at for more than 5 seconds. May have been the one him and when he announced he had to go meet Mullen, or Piaz, I don't know, Mullen was, either way, look. It was that one, whatever the fuck that one was. But, when he announced Piazza and had to meet Mullen, or vice versa, I had a fuck, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, he was looking at Timmy when Timmy was a little extra, and you could see him, he was like straight. It's a little different than that look, but similar. Timmy straight pisses him off, creeps him out, gives him a vibe. Timmy gets on his whole damn nerves, I promise you that. He took exception with old Timmy's behavior that day at Vigil. Anyway, so, anyway, she picked that picture of him looking up at Candace for a brief second, like, wait until I'm off this live and we'll fuck you up for acting this way. Picture of Summer, Candace Sr., and Candace. And puts them up there, and of course, Summer's got her hands in certain areas, so whatever.
Again, this supports my theory of June 15th story. It seems well thought out by a dumbass or two or three. Again, this supports my theory of June 15th being planned well before June 15th. It's all part of a scripted plan, in my opinion, allegedly. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? Please tell me how you're feeling after hearing just that one part. Go ahead and pause the video and type your comment, because we're about to hear more insightful words from this piece of shit dumbass. You ready? Let's roll it.
The evil world, the only hope we have is
Hold on. Alright. So anyway.
Christ. That's it. You know, beautiful. She's a beautiful little girl, man. Yeah, I mean, she's very beautiful. Very.
Wells Mountain, all the way up to their house.
But I mean, there are things like this, right? I just can't disagree with the world of them. Especially after I figured out this is apparently where everybody landed. And I came to this realization fucking obviously far later than the rest of y'all. Right? But like it not like the realization, but like didn't know this is where they'd stuck. Although I did know about the interview because I was on VidChat that day. But I never watched the shit. And it's like where I'm like, listen up. Try not to condemn. So obviously y'all seen last year when I come up on the realization, I was like, holy shit, this is what the fucking story has been? And serious? I think it was last year. I don't know anymore. At least not this week. Shit's gotten a little wonky since. Anyway.
Deceased. He wants us to believe.
I'm just tired right now. Really.
That this random predator snuck up on the Wells Mountain all the way up to their house, grabbed Summer, and ran far, far away. This predator hurt Summer physically and sexually. And when they saw all of the coverage and awareness that Summer Wells has gotten on TV and YouTube, they needed.
I just, I'll never buy that. I should probably start including that in my damn statements, along with I'll never buy. She wandered off into the woods, fallen butterflies, never be seen or heard from again. And I should probably include the fact that I also will never on this earth ever believe that somebody ran up the dog trail or down. I just no. Just don't, man. Granted, I don't know if Don was ever specific about the upward path or whatever, but at least on that he says down, but that they went down it, and I guess politely shut the fucking basement door and all that bullshit. And just because of shit that day, I'm still gonna go with no. It's first time I realized that's where or at least he had stuck, and then I'd heard in that piece that he, woven the scream. And that's the thing, one of my good friends real me, it looks like sent me that piece in the early days, but I never tapped it, never watched. Didn't want to. But it was also because I was trying to keep myself free, clear, and contaminated by anybody else's statements, especially in the early days. I just didn't, watch it. But I was unaware that's where they'd really stuck to, because they're always saying all kinds of shit out here, even little clips of saying her about it. I just thought they were kind of all over the fucking place, right? No. Did not know there was a firm story built around the fucking dog of a billion trails in the middle of the fucking woods and like whatever. So I'm not even sure now if Dawn has ever said, oh well, Predator went up a certain way, but I know he has clearly stated at least that they came to the basement and then went off the dog trail, and then he fancied up the screams, heard different ways and lengths of time for each of us here to fit whatever the fuck that shit was. What the fuck? Okay. So like, no. And also the reason I can't get behind it is because for years I heard that same goddamn cookie cutter story. So it shocked me when I heard that be the thing. And realized long after y'all, I guess that was the firm story and I was sticking to it. But I was fucking shocked. I was like, wait, this is it. This is the fucking story. But this is one I've heard a million times before, and like 43 times a year when they're fucking with, trying to set up, screw people, robbed them, done bad shit to them, and it's these people have parked in this exact same spot, went up the fucking dog trail, took something precious in broad daylight in a very short window of time when they somehow knew they were going, and then went back off the hill. Now, I can tell you that, yeah, at least the one time I did hear a trucker every day swore it wasn't them, it's the other, and showed their receipts for that, I think, at one point the other day, whatever, but to my ears it sounded like them. You're like, no, it wasn't Dawn, whatever, but then later on, what weirds me out is during all this summer, the very things I was told were all stolen with a certain incident or two have been mentioned as still being possessed. That's real fucking weird. Yeah, what the hell? But it's at least one of those incidents, or one of the ones that Dawn speaks about during Dr. Phil. But that's hammering down at a few of the others that's all over trying. But during those things, those two were fucking around and robbing folks involved in those things and laughing about it, and then trying to go to the police first and get ahead of them and act like they were the bad guys, so they had some fuck shit going on between each other. And some dope shit, and air and money shit, and robbing shit of each other. But Dawn and Candace are gonna turn them into the police first. Hmm. Strange. Similar to that weird shit in police reports out of the woman. She's saying she's pregnant too, and all the weird shit. And that person claims they're trying to flip scripts on them. It looks like they're trying to get in advance of that situation. It's just, I don't know. I felt that way. And I can't help that about certain things. And how do I reconcile this? When I know that that's not what. It doesn't match up with other things, you know. And then also when you know other things, just I can't make that alter or plausible in the least. And then what bothers me is that Don really stuck with it, wasn't eating us publicly or talking shit about me, even though he clearly by a certain point had to become aware of the time of the screen. He still tried to use it and sat firmly in that story. So it either implies he thinks there's a possibility that C's timeline is a lie or bullshit or something. Summer was gone long before and the screen could or possibly does apply. I don't know. I really don't. It's just like I wonder how in the fuck he came to the conclusion of me just saying I heard a scream. Just say what the fuck he did after 6:09. How the fuck is that your first thought? And then to kick that pebble in the pond. And then also not being able to the boys' statements, not only to myself, but Lawson, that those two do not match. Oh, it's all the little things, but knowing why maybe those don't match is the part, right? Yeah, the hell of it is, some days it's like, being the only not baked potato of this entire shit show, having a memory where I'm like, oh, and I do indeed, even on weird days, sort of keep track of time, right? I have a memory, despite monsters in the past trying to take those from me by medical abuse. Taking forever to come back from that shit. Working hard to do that. Because mine's always meant something to me. It's also how I survived throughout all the decades. So when Monster tried to take it from me by medical abuse, because he learned very quickly in days that it was fucking with me hard enough for him to start getting by with some really bad, horrendous shit. He kept on. So it took me quite a bit to come back from that and what he did. But, you know, what's hell is being the only real not baked potato of the fucking bunch of baked potatoes. Thrice baked potatoes. It's a special kind of hill. To have a memory where the rest, they don't seem to remember anything. They all have a case of CRS and twisted and games and fuckery and bullshit. No, it's a dream. No, it's a plane. It's a train. I don't remember where I got from, and I don't know what time, and having a good time, and me, I'm like, what's wrong with you people? You know, for me, it's like, even on the worst of health days and things, even like right now while I'm not doing so hot. I can remember things in like clear and vivid color, just like you're watching a movie. And stop, pause, rewind. And watch people's eyes flick. Body mannerisms, behaviors. Hear the words, the tones, And as time moves forward, sure, there's some things that are coming and going, probably at a greater degree right now, and during certain times when I'm not feeling the best. Hey, hey, come here, come here. I know she been acting mean with me. Come here. Okay, come here. Ow. Yeah, I got you. Got you. I got you. You want to sit there? Sit there. Now don't do that. Do not do that. Would you like to see me? You want to cuddle? Or are you in play mode? I don't know what you're doing. Okay, I see you eyeballing her, but you know that your mama is trying to do the things. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you see her over there. She ain't having a buddy. She says, no, not right now. She says she's making me wait just a little extra longer. I'm sorry, that's what she says. Do you want to hang out with me? Mm. Anyway, um, yeah, look. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, hello. Hello. Hey. Anyway, you're a hot mess. You want to flip back. Okay, then. There, there. All right. Okay. All right. If you want to flip upside down and be that type of weird, you do it. I'll hold it. Anyway, it's a special type of something, you know. to be able to remember faces, movements, the voices, the tones, the words. Little things, you know. Now, I know you're not trying to get up there and suck on my ears, don't you? I hear you better. That get kisses? Is that what I got? You know that you're forcing me to pull on the shell barks, the bones, and everything else right now. You're manipulating the whole world for freaking cuteness. I'm like to go icon out. You know that, right? Otherwise, it's going to be a thing. We don't do that. People do. So, anyway, so, for me, I just know that the others, they're all just, they're just, you got Hans Christian Hill and Sirius over there can't remember shit unless team's feeding him shit I say in order for him to repeat it and parrot it and suddenly remember it. But way back in the day, oh, I can't remember nothing without seeing a picture. And the thing is, he's not truly teams prepped him, got him keeping on shit just like they did for court and things like that. It's figured out. He also went line to act in courts up here like he'd been let away with nothing else. All those things. You've got those two doing whatever the fuck it is they do for whatever reason they do it. Me and no mine works that way because it's wiring. It's survival, it's whatever. It's why abuse for me was an extraordinarily giant hill. I mean, it is everyone who faces it. Oliver asks to be left the fuck alone, left in peace, and for that to never be done to me, or to be stopped and not be done, because like Monster come to realize that memory, it just, see, I can rewind. I can watch, and I can feel, and I can listen, and I can see his eyes, and hear his words and the officers, and they were responding and all these different things. Feel every hit, every bruise, and every word, and every time I gripped blood, and every last gasp, and every time I couldn't pull air, and every time, and every time, and every time, every, and always will, with a memory like always will. Oliver Ash, who left the fuck alone, not done that. Monster also saw a memory of downfall, right? Somebody could never get past till they found ways to medically abuse me to get past it for quite a bit, and I got back from it, and then I got sick with this, and then he used this to further, and it's just like, whatever, man. Those two overlap. This was already growing, metastasizing around that period. And it was, kept seeking out. Just, whatever. Either way, I remember the little things, you know. Big things, all things, they replay, they do whatever stupid shit, stuff, whatever. It's like, even Monster on his first conversation, right? I remember it verbatim. You can watch it. I know what I was wearing. I know all the things. My cousin's been there. I remember what he was wearing. I remember everything. Even mundane ass conversations, whatnot. I remember his first lie told to me at night. First red flag, and I knew it instantly. I knew he was lying. Also, another girl and troubles and a bad guy in that situation as well. Same thing he feeds to every bitch he comes along. Lifelong pattern, even since he was a kid. That too was present very first. See, they all have their patterns. All predators, abusers, this and the other, they do. But beyond all that, it's like after some revenge time. And that's the thing I can't say after, because I remember all the things before and this and the other, and at least for the most part. There are things, obviously, like for us young, things that are, especially as time has went on, but oh man, Oh dear, it's like a cat party. Say, it's like, yeah, I remember the little things, the big things. I remember far too many goddamn things. Now, there are things in there that are, until certain days, I'm like, or come across certain stuff, I'm like, wait, so they don't quite hit or aren't quite, I need something that's like, oh, wait a minute, you know what I mean? But, that really depends on all the stuff health-wise, or what I'm clawing at, doing whatever. It's like for me, I can feel the sunshine and darkness, fucking itch of whatever fucking idea I had. I can, it's just like sitting back in the exact moments. I can see these funky ass little Pop Tart wrappers folded in the weirdest shape that were in places. Don't ask. It was a thing. Maybe one day. These other things I know certain things probably nothing but make sure they're gotten. Remember I was standing and just watched them be gotten in I know they weren't places prior, but wanted to be sure. And all these things, I remember where certain places were at that didn't quite look right or natural, and I had reason to think so for good reason. Those are things I've seen before summer vanished. Not just me, but I just I remember one particular searcher coming in from the community who was trained and stayed with the teams after. But, knowing, and he pulled in at a certain point. I was just sort of happy to see that fucker, like, and his vibe and soul, it's that soul check, you can feel it. But I was just like, thank fucking God. Thank God this one's here. And it's when y'all seen on news clips and stuff. But he's such a good human being. And I was so happy when he showed up. Spoke to him for a couple minutes. And then he was on his way looking for summer throughout the night. Or at least as long as they were allowed to, or doing whatever, I guess. He's He's just one of those people, man. You get near him and you can feel the good soul. Good human and smart, common sense logic. Knew what the fuck he was doing, etc. Searching, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, all these other little things, you know. It's like this, Sherry. Eventually coming across the, over here, pieces where Candace was obviously recorded not long after Summer vanished, 24, 48, or whatever it was, talking about the screen. And you see, it falls back in, it's like that goofball and others would just listen to. There's a little pebble drop in there for the whole Jody Sue, blah blah. And there's been always this narrative like Jody Sue and Candace too, but you know, but here's the thing. Pretty sure if yeah, I know for a fact Candace Nordon knew the time of the screen. I know that for a fact. They didn't for quite a long period. And here's how I know that. And I know that it's like I know Ellie and others have this. And, do you hear that? Sounds like a person knocking, doesn't it? Nope. You know what that is? That's Graham. Yep. I'm not kidding. Graham, make sure you hear. Dog Graham does not fuck around with it. She's, yeah, she's something. Anyway, so you know, I know that Ellie holds enough to know all the things, right? And that C&D definitely did not know the time of Scream. Quite a while. I know this because they may have known about Scream instantly once I come into contact with Candace after 609, but what they didn't hold was the time. And as you can see by recorded shit with C, with whoever she was talking to, and all that's, and the rest of everything else, and whatnot. But I know that Ellie knows damn good and well, even the first night of, C&D were unaware of time. Anyway, and I know Ellie and Feds and stuff are aware of exactly when and where and what time they were given the time estimation. Like they, as in Ellie and Feds. Because C&D still didn't know till far what time. I'd hazard to bet, honestly, it was not until we were public, really. They knew a little bit before that it didn't match theirs. That's only because other neighbors had shared the whole, I think, Rogers Worldview page with me and talked to C and whatever. I don't remember what the fuck when I came aware of the peppermint and whatever was put somewhere, goofbaggery. I don't know. So, and I was like, yeah, but, I've talked about that conversation before, but the thing is, I remember, exactly when, Feds and Ellie were given the time. And, initially, I was inside the cabin, had the door open, etc. Pickles would not behave though. I was afraid she's gonna jet out. So, I had to shut the door on poor Pickles and leave her in, and I and, Ellie, Feds, etc. went out. But, the one sat down on the steps, whatnot, or whatever, anyway. And was doing the paperwork things, whatever else, and, was answering questions and doing what needed to be done. Asked me. And then, I hear noises to my right. And, the window near my bed was open. And I look over and I don't know what it was about this particularly, but Pickles kept being attached, to him. And I think it was part of the reason I had to, because she'd not really been interested, never coming out of the cabin before, but she was that day. So it's part of the reason I shut the cabin door. And so then, next thing I know, you know, doing some interview stuff, this and the other, yada yada, like we had been throughout X amount of time anyway. look over because I hear a noise, and Pickle is up in the damn screen. Hanging on like this. Just a itty bitty tiny thing. Just a baby. And those wild looking eyes when she was so tiny. They were so bright and olive and weird looking. I know I've shown y'all pictures of her as a baby. She had to wear. That's why I sort of named her Pickles, was because of the color of her eyes. And her little short. But her eyes were really wild looking. But there she was, just Garfielding it on the screen. And I was like, oh man. This cat's embarrassing the shit on me. Could you get down? You know, I kept up going to get her off the window and the screen. I was like, I don't even know how she's getting up there, bro. Anyway, and I had to throw shit, Mama, when they were like, what I was trying to think, because they're, you know what time, and I was, man, I was like, hold up, I got a way to at least narrow it down extremely small. And I know when it happened between. And so that's when I got the thing, and I was like, this is where it plays. And so, yeah. And that's, you know, that's that. But it's like, poor Pickle's got like rummage. Both my cats are embarrassing as hell. People want to talk about my dogs. Y'all have no idea about my damn cats. I mean, Peaches at the time. Man, there was this one agent. She was not a fan of cats. Okay. And it didn't matter how many times I've seen this lady, how many times she came up, went, came, whatever, you know. Peaches, who was never interested in a soul I ever seen besides the kids, etc. This cat was real strange, real weird, and real special. Looked like a little loomer anyway. But she blended perfectly with the patch of leaves. Peaches would come out of nowhere for this poor agent. And out of all of them, it didn't matter how many were standing around at the time or how many searchers were passing through. Peaches could tell this one agent it really liked cats. Like she could smell it. It was like, shit, I'm gonna turn her into a cat person. And she would rub the shit out of this lady's leg, and then she'd get up on pallets where generally, you know, for her, it was usually a spot to do the interviews or whatever it. So there was a stack of pallets and certain. Peaches would make a beeline all up in her paperwork, on her leg, and never bothered another searcher or any other agent or law enforcement. Just that one. It's like she could sense. She looked at me a couple times like, man, what's up with this cat? I don't know, man. It's acting weird even for that cat. She's like, I love cats, but I'm a dog person. Oh my gang shit. I ended up having to put more Peaches up too, because Peaches wouldn't leave that particular one alone. Ever. It's little things, man. But it's like knowing on those days that one particular one was there. They were also locals and others as in law enforcement with them, and I knew a couple of them. And I could remember exactly the things and stuff in this there, and I know that they seemed like they wanted to talk to kids. I don't know if it was a direct question. It was like, hey, if you need to interview them, go right on ahead. And they're like, said, okay, do it here. And I was like, man, you can separate all that, go over there somewhere so y'all have privacy. Never had a problem with that. That's the way I preferred. They were always interviewed. Still do. Um, where it concerns anything with summer and such. But I mean, there's one little always loved like and eldest, but well, there's one or two there, but the one in particular, I always enjoyed digging up courts after their interviews, whatever, and while I was still doing all thing, whatever, but they would make sure to always dig up a few courts or take them out of the jars where been digging, looking for courts and that sort of thing. Usually it's a daily thing. Yes. They'd always make sure to give him some. But for some reason, that's what little soul called her to do. For some reason, to that one fellow especially. So she always made sure to give him courts. Don't ask me. I think Vince, around everything, also weighed heavy on that fellow. And I think that for reasons. But it brought me to mind like this morning. It's like you remember the little things. All the little things. Sometimes though they can get a little askew. For me, that particular one was like felt like day 2, 3, something like that. But because they all came and went so often. No, the female one showing up. I always knew that was a few days in. But could have sworn it was closer than it was. Could have, and so like it's one of the reasons I thought that was because certain things were asked of me on a particular day where Peaches was being a jackass. But then I was like, well, wait, no, what we were being asked about that day. It took a few days to start being really asked. So, wait a minute. Hold on. So I questioned myself, things, all the little things. And you come up on this, right? I do. I mean, today I come up on this. Sometimes even my shit's not perfect. Or things come and go. And there's so much input, whatever. Never really seemed to, but I come up on this. I could have sworn, but it's like, but wait, what we're talking about won't Zastfus thing come into play until then my brain started working the fires puzzles like, hold up. And then I thought, well, we can tippy tap in some things, do a refresh, Because what happened was I was asked about something to do with certain vehicles stuff, and it's like, I know the makes, models, this and other, these times for, but I don't know about tags, monster, made, because my memory no longer holds faces well or numbers, but monster is absolutely, or that taught me anyway, I guess, for his imaginary brain injuries, tripping or doing whatever for like fucking, I don't know. But he used to hold numbers really well, especially tag numbers and shit. And mine no longer did because of the shit he did to me. So directions are sort of me, faces and numbers. So I was like, but I have a way that you can figure it out. I was like, monster. Monster will know. If he's seen it, it'll have stayed like that. She was like, where's he at? Like, need him right here. I was like, I think he's at work. She was like, oh, okay. I need the address. I need it stamped. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, alright, yes, ma'am. Gave her the address, phone numbers, everything she needed. She instantly left and went to his workplace. First time I ever knew of anyone doing it. Right. So I messaged him at 11 on June 23rd. Almost noon. So I fed their hair, and they needed to talk to him too. And he calls me 11:49. 1:56, he lets me know. He's like, blonde lady was just. I was like, oh, okay. She seemed nice. Now that was me going, she seemed nice. He goes, she was. I was like, everything okay? Did Brian or Austin raise hell because it kept you from working? And he goes, yeah. Should have seen Jay's face when he came to tell me she was here. He said the FBI is up front, and I asked how many, and he laughed. Asked what does that matter? I said that all depends on how many. That was him. So Mm. So I was like, LOL. I was like, well, I guess FBI and Feds still amaze normal people. Us, not so much. I was like, LOL. We've seen too many over the years, especially the last decade or so. And especially last week, the Dazzle was gone a decade ago. I'm sorry. And then I was like, I'm going back up to the main house, continuing on my clean remodel path since that FBI lady in Hawkins gave me the all clear and go ahead to continue life as usual so we can get this done in the house and cabin stuff. Because, see, after all the years, I'd finally, suddenly been magically gifted the ability to finally redo and fix and do all the normal shit people get to normally do in houses they live in for that long. Talk about super family. See, that was a red flag. It really was. So I bought new wiring, drywall, new lights, flooring, hold on. Oh, I should have known something was up, and it was. I was just supposed to remodel an entire goddamn house and all these things for a fucking whore to move into. And for his family to be like, you know. Yeah, I should have known. I did, but, you know. Anyways, you can see, because of his boss and other employees' reactions to the FBI showing up, that was clearly the first time FBI or law enforcement had shown up there to talk to Monster otherwise. That would be June 23rd. Seven, 8 days after Summer vanished. Now, as I recall it, I believe they took Monster to where the Will showcase room is. It's on the entrance. It's to the left. It's not everybody. And they sat him down, talked to him. I guess got whatever cursory bullshit, but mostly they were talking about tag number on a thing or two. And they left. I don't know if Monster really said they did anything else. But yeah, it's first time they were there. Seven, 8 days later. But they really just went there to talk to him about tag numbers and such. Makes some models of certain vehicles. That was it. Nothing else was really mentioned, if I'm not sure. I don't know, I didn't realize it was that far out. Yes, it was, but it hit me this morning. I was like, wait a minute, though. We're being asked about other things. My mind has to have something little. Eh. So, you know. And then, looks like later that day they called him back, asking about another thing, you know, that type of shit. I don't know. Yada yada. Oh, and then another late day. He was off. But you need to rest. Blah, blah, blah. Now, what the fuck, and hey, what the fuck, and him blowing me the fuck up. After telling me I need to rest, you know. When he wanted something, it's fine to blow the shit out of my or whatever. Instantly, if I didn't answer. His whole life. It's okay for him to do it. I always expected an instant, whatever, answer and everything else. Otherwise, it's straight to 100. Good Lord, though, he could do whatever the fuck. That's fine. Anyway, doesn't matter. But yeah, totally didn't. So it's like that long out, but then this morning it sort of hit me. It's like, wait. Things we were talking about didn't happen until days in, and I put in keywords. I was looking for something else, and then that popped up, and I was like, holy shit, it was really like 7, 8 days till they visited over there. Alright. I know the intent was just, I guess, about cars and tags and yeah, whatever. You know. But then on top of that, you have things, you know, and I think that actually followed my train of thought around other bullshit and people reacting strange to their things around everything is what I was trying to chase down this morning. Trying to line dates up and different events, all those things, you know. Always searching for the answers. Puzzles. Pieces. Patterns of all the baked potatoes. Oh, that does actually sound kind of nice. Dinner. Giant ass baked potato and a salad or chili or something. The rain's got me feeling some type of way. So, yeah. Oh god, I need more than that on a baked potato and hits. I need all the things. I need all the things. I'm a all the things on the potato top chick. There's really nothing you cannot place on a baked potato and eat. broccoli and cheese, roast beef, chili, cheeses, I don't know. I'm like the Bubba Gump shrimp Buford Blue of the fucking baked potato world, honestly. But I also love shrimp. Shrimp's one of my favorite things too. Um, so yeah, honestly, you can even put shrimp on the damn baked potato. I know I have for catering things. Doesn't occur to me quite often, but you can do that. I do like the shrimp and the baked potatoes. Well, any form of potato, really. Although I don't really like French fries. Non-French. Unless they're done in a certain way and in a certain shape. Otherwise, they always give me the damn hiccups. I don't know why. They do. But I'm generally not a fan of French fries. Unless they're certain types. Otherwise, give me any potato. Except for these damn baked. Can't, man, I can't. No. And also, I gotta tell you, it's rather disappointing. I don't know that I may have heard the Tweet Happy Meal. I think I did before, but. And I know I heard the baked potato. I've also heard the loose cannon or something. I honestly think that was like a mullet. I don't remember who the fuck was loose cannon or what it was. But I gotta tell you, I don't often go around losing my Happy Meal toys or children or anything else. But see, this is the last Happy Meal I got. I know exactly where it is. Oh yeah, I got a heckin' cup at the Burger King. I know exactly where my Happy Meal toys are. Granted, this is probably the worst. I don't know who's working at corporate, but I gotta tell you, people, this is probably the worst Happy Meal toy I've ever seen. It really is. Can you imagine being a kid and getting this shit in your Happy Meal? What the fuck? I'd be hella pissed. Either way, trust and believe I know where all my Happy Meal toys are. Alright? Trust and believe. Just like I know where all my children are. No, yeah, enhanced. I still have all those little favorite ones. Throughout all the years. From the time little was old enough to have, or eldest was old enough to have them little, and I got still got all their favorite toys throughout all the years. All the years. Their favorite books, their favorite things, first drawings, their first everything. I know where all their little things are. Anyway, but yeah, I know where my last Happy Meal toy is. Mine. I was real disappointed too that it was a cup. No shit. It was like I bought this fucking Happy Meal and they just gave me a fucking cup. And a toy is this? Shit. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. lost the memories of Lil and Elvis and all the good things. All the little things. Anyway, yo, I'm a hot poker. And I'm just gonna leave these things here. And I'm just gonna continue forward and try to avoid the garbage around here. Although I gotta tell you, that stupidness of what I've seen with Ryan Douche Canoe, something else, defies all logic, common sense, reasoning. Camera locations versus timelines versus if there's ever been a fucking canoe seen along with Candace and Grandis and Hunter and something like that. Pretty sure we'd all know about it by now, and you'd seen far, far more water searches. Nah, I don't know, man. Seems like y'all continue to be taken for a canoe ride by that one over there with hashtags somewhere wells, but y'all keep buying the built up weird old Ryan can't find truth weirdness with all the weird websites around it. Shit for years. Alright. Y'all just carry on buying that. Alright. That shit ain't smelled right since it entered the scene, but y'all just carry on. Keep watching bullshit that doesn't even make sense in the largest timeline available for summer. And common sense and logic should go, wait a minute, if there was a canoe involved or anything like that, and and Candace Sr. and Hunter and everybody had a fucking canoe, pretty sure all the places they visited, it would be, you know what, logic and common sense should tell you that. And you would have seen far more water searches. Yeah. I mean, you're going places that don't even fit into the largest timeline available. And far too many cameras around, it defies all fucking reason and sanity and decency and bullshit. I just don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. But y'all want to keep eating that shit over there. While the weirdness behind it and all the iffy websites and shit around it suit you, then I guess you go right on ahead. Go right on ahead. Yeah. You know, watch these streets, y'all, they're treacherous. All the time. Funky. Straight up Denmark baked potatoes or something. I don't know. Those from the red line, I don't. Whatever. Don't trust it. We'll stick with that. We'll stick with it. We'll stick with it. Alright. Correction, the whole street's gone psycho today. What's new there, though? I had to sit down for the coffee table book, you know. This is pretty funny. Anyway, guys. What the hell? No, that's whatever the hell that is. Can't even make this up today. Never mind, they do every day, right? They do every day. Okay, I'm appalled enough. Appalled enough. Hmm. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue to do things going forward my way and try to ignore all this stupid bullshit. So, but I think today at least putting those things here might matter some point or the other for reasons. Don't know. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna hop off here. Y'all do me a favor. As always, please share the DB/Universal and Signal for help. And as always, please do share Summer's picture information and call her by her name. And if you've been around here long enough, I know you know my drill with each of those things, so I'll spare you right now. Although information and what you share with Summer's picture and name do matter. Stick with law enforcement, local surrounding, state police, TBI, feds, Summer's Q&A on Fed's website, Rogers Review, WJHL, Hawkins News over here on YouTube, Jeff Bobo, the Ansley Daniels. You see what I'm saying? Alright. Anyway, sharing Summer's picture information and calling her by her name is a very tangible way to help find her, to help bring her back to her community, her brothers, law enforcement, courts, so that she or they can tell her story. Alright? Because they're the only ones that should. That's just how I feel. You know? And I do have hope and faith, and I will continue to. I am certain in my soul that she will be found, and that justice will indeed be served. I don't think anybody on this earth is going to outrun, outlast, out chaos, out mud, out jello, out bullshit. Summer being found and justice being served. I'd bet on it. Can't outrun it. It's coming for them. So, I don't know. I'm waking up as maybe they, much like the grandchildren, grow a heart or something and do the right thing, turn themselves in. Maybe somebody around them will notice something eventually and go, wait a minute, have a moment, pick up the phones, turn them in. Some little key or pebble drops somewhere. one of the others inside the community hears something somewhere, see information, share with others they're unaware of even after this length, because you can see even, it's possible, and then they go, oh, wait a minute, and they hold the key and the thing. Somebody here's gotta know something. Somebody somewhere does. Just takes the right thing at the right moment, the right time. But I know for certain, the person or persons responsible can't outrun, outlast, out chaos, out mud, and out jello the damn feds and everything else and the forces behind with them. You ain't gonna outrun that. And I don't think they'll ever outrun Summer's line. It'll light them up. And the truth. That's some. Certain. Anyway, y'all, all perfect. Remember to toss out good pebbles, good sparks, be a voice, when and where you can. It can change lives, world for someone, even if you never know it or you don't think the little things like small smiles at a stranger are capable of such thing. They are. They can travel the world in very short order and change whole lives in worlds you'll never meet, see, or know about. So just whenever you can, where you can, toss in a good pebble, be a good spark. Know that your voice, just a voice, can and does matter. We all have a good day, good morning, good evening on this tiny blue speck in these vast cosmos. Reach out to your fellow humans in ways other than online, maybe. Try to connect. Have an extended conversation outside of clip attention span. Get back to basics and each other. Anyway, y'all, enjoy the ride today on the little blue speck. Much love, guys.